U.S. National Wakesurf Championships, presented by GM Marine. I'm Mark on the mic, talking you through all the riding here in the wake surfing portion of today. And we are about to get underway with our men's Wakesurf 50 and up semifinal, followed by our women's Wakesurf 50 and up semifinal. So that's Jim Borton, Greg Malone, Sue Borton, and Kelly Malone. Head on down to the dock. You guys and gals are up first. And what a absolutely amazing day we have out here in beautiful Boca Raton, Florida. The South Florida weather has cooperated so far. We got a little wet yesterday, but that's nothing out of the normal. We're hoping for another repeat of smooth water, blue skies, and awesome wake surfing on the water. Doing it all behind the Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. The best boat in the biz. The most award-winning wake boat of all time. The Paragon has truly changed the game, creating a boat that gives you all the luxury without sacrificing any of the performance. And we are getting them going. Nice little simulation pass, making sure the course is all looking good. And then we're going to get our first surfers on the water to get things going here at day number 2. Yesterday we saw a lot of the skim semifinals. Today we get a lot of the surf semifinals. And riders traveling from all over the country, all over the world, to be here with us this week at U.S. Nationals. The Nautique Wakesurf Series, a global series where riders compete against each other, accumulating points at each of the various stops to hopefully come out on top as the overall winner in their division by the end of the year. The series culminates down there at Surf Masters at Callaway Gardens later this fall. We're excited to see who ends up on top of each and every podium here at the Nautique WWA U.S. National Wakesurf Championships. Now, the way that this contest works is that each and every rider will get one run that consists of 2 passes. One pass down and one pass back. During those 2 passes, the riders are able to do as many tricks as they want. There is no limit on the number of tricks that they can do. Once they're in the course, in between the red buoys, they can go off, putting in and packing in as many maneuvers as possible. Now, obviously, the judges are always looking for quality over quantity, but they won't be limited to a certain number of tricks. Now, in each pass, the riders will get 1 pickup if they happen to fall. So if they fall once in pass number 1, they'll get picked up once in pass number 1. If they get a fall in pass number 2, they'll get picked up once in pass number 2. If they happen to fall for a second time in either of those 2 passes, that pass will be over and they will be taxied down to the end of the course. All of the judges for this contest are located right there in the boat. We got some of the best riders, the best industry professionals in the boat, making sure that they are not missing any details whatsoever. And right here, right now, We've got our first rider on the water. This is Jim Borton. Jim Borton coming out of Georgia. Surfing his way down, starting off front side. There's a nice ollie down there in the trough. Big carve there from Jim. Nice job. Staying connected. Getting the carves, getting the cuts. And surfing all the way down to the end of the course. Now the course from start buoy to end buoy is 45 seconds. 45 seconds of surfing where those athletes can get in, get comfortable, get their tricks going, and then we drop them down, turn them around, and bring them back through for pass number 2. We're going to do that for Jim Borton right here at the end of pass number 1. Get him linked back up behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. And bring him back into the course for his second pass. All right, well, Jim Borton back up, back at it. You can see that Paragon wave shaping up beautifully right there, providing the riders so much space to surf on. Jim taking full advantage of it, putting in a nice carve right there. Utilizing the full face of that wave, floating up top before dropping down low. Jim putting in the carves, getting all the way down to the end of the course. And looks like that's going to do it. A stand-up run from Jim Borton, your first rider of the day. And look at that beautiful Boca butter. You just can't ask for better conditions than this. And next up on the water, we've got Nautique's own president of Nautique Boats. We've got Greg Malone. And I promise, he doesn't pay me to say this. But Greg Malone, you know, the thing that I love best about Greg and so many of the Nautique employees is that they are not just here about a business. They're not here about just a brand. When you watch Greg behind the boat, man, he embodies this. He wants to be out there. He plays on the water just as much as anyone else. He's not just a president of a business, man. He is an active user of the product, getting out there, and he wants to surf just as bad as anyone else. You can see that chop hop off the top right there. Oh, trying to get that 360 and just digging the nose. Unfortunately, taking a fall. But, man, you got to love a company who has the passion to use that product. And, man, when your product is a boat that's meant to bring families, to bring people together out there on the water, man, what better example can you have of passionate people than a guy like Greg Malone, a president of Nautique, but man, he is out there using the boat, getting out here and competing in the contest. You love to see it. So we're getting Greg back up to finish off pass number 1. And we're going to see if he can lock in on that 360 attempt down here towards the end of this first pass. Well, Greg getting right back into it. Nice big pumps. There's that 360, and yes, he will right away from it. Getting on the gas, pumping his way back up the wave. Nicely done. Oh, man. And then down there at the end of the course, just slipping out. Nice job in pass number 1 for Greg Malone. Once again, at this time, we do need Sue Borton and Kelly Malone. And then let's get our women's 35 to 49 surf. Tara Steinberger and Amanda Dowd down to the dock as well. Now that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon, specifically designed with wake surfing and wakeboarding in mind. The Nautique Surf System, aka the NSS, is incorporated right into the hull of the G23 Paragon. It's got wave plates that engage on either side of the transom. And those wave plates, along with the actuators, they help to make that wave exactly like you want it to be. It's not some locked-in wave shape that you can't ever change or adapt. No, the NSS allows you to customize your wave. You can see Greg, surfing backside right there. A difficult stance to stay in. But Greg getting in some big turns right there before going down about a third of the way through pass number 2. We're getting Greg Malone back up behind that G23 Paragon. As the throttles go down, Greg gets up, looking for the last bit of this second pass. He's back on his front side. Nice front side air from Greg. Looking for the transfer. Oh, man, and just missing the rhythm right there at the end of the course. Unfortunately, going down, that transfer has to be the perfect synchronization between the surfer and the driver. And if either one of them gets a little off the rhythm, it is really hard. Well, that's going to do it for our men's 50 and up division. Coming up next, we got our women's 50 and up division. Well, coming up next, your first rider here in the women's 50 and up surf division. You just saw her husband out there riding. Well, now it's her time to shine. Your first rider right here off the dock. This is Sue Borton. The whole Borton family always gets out there and rides. And, man, we love to see the families shred together. You know, the families that shred together, they stay together. And Sue and Jim, a perfect example of that. Sue coming down this first pass, ollieing up to the top of the lip, dropping back down into that trough. Oh, there's the side slide, kicking out that tail. And Sue doing a great job surfing her way down the course. Nicely done from Sue Borton. Well, as great as that G23 Paragon is, you know, a boat can't do what it's meant to without the powerhouse inside of it. And that's where GM Marine and PCM engines come in. GM Marine is proud to sponsor the national championships, but they're not here just to be a sponsor. Inside every single Nautique towboat is a PCM Marine engine featuring GM Marine technology, providing you decades of dependability, giving you the durability that you've come to expect from a GM product. So when the water beckons, don't let an unreliable engine strand you on shore. Be sure that your next boat has GM Marine engine technology. And right now we got Sue Borton carving it up, laying it down, and riding that board revert. Oh, trying to do that front side 180 there at the end of the course. And it looks like that's going to do it for Sue Borton, your first rider here in the women's 50 and up surf division. Coming up next, another husband-wife duo. You saw her husband ride earlier. Well, now it's Kelly's time to shine. Here behind the boat, we got Kelly Maloon. And Kelly surfing front side into the course. Nicely done. Finding that sweet spot on the G23 Paragon wave. Putting in some nice carves. Reaching down, touching the nose of the board. And looking cool, calm, and collected out there. There's that mute grab. Using her front hand to grab the toe edge of the board. And going all the way from the back of the wave where it's curling all the way back up into that sweet spot in the trough, showing that she has got full maneuverability out there from the front of the wave all the way to the back of the wave, getting on the gas. Nicely done. A melon grab right there from Kelly Malone at the end of the course, reaching the heel edge of her board that time, giving the judges a little bit of variety out there. You know, these judges, they are keeping an eye on every single maneuver that happens, and they are using the drive system to judge each and every competitor. Drive, D-R-I-V-E. That's an acronym that compiles all the components that the judges are looking for in each rider's run. The D stands for difficulty. How difficult are the maneuvers that the riders are doing? The R stands for risk. How much risk are they putting into it? Are they just having a lackadaisical run that they could do with their eyes closed? Or are they really going for it? The I stands for intensity. How intense is the rider out there? Are they yawning while they're riding, or are they really gritting their teeth and going for it? The V stands for variety. They don't want to see the same tricks over and over again. They want to see different tricks. And the E stands for execution. How does it all come together? That's the drive system. And Kelly Malone back on the water. Once again, surfing front side, reaching down, touching the board. You can see all the way back on that surf wave. And now accelerating forward, putting weight on her front foot. That's the gas pedal. And she is crushing it out there. Waving to the judges, blowing some kisses. Hey, that's 2 stand-up runs. Kelly Malone feeling herself out there. You love to see it, having a good time. That's what it's all about. You get out here and you have fun. Man, that's a great way to get into the contest scene. You know, the best thing about the Nautique Wakesurf Series and the WWA is that there is absolutely a division for everyone. It doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, or what you've done. Whether you're young, old, new to the sport, or you've been here since the beginning, man, the Nautique Wakesurf Series and the WWA, they have got a division for you. You don't have to have competed in so many different contests before coming out to one of these events. Man, we want everyone to get back and have fun on the water. Well, coming up next, we have got our women's 35 to 49 division. And next up, coming out of Jamestown, North Dakota, we have got Tara Steinberger. Tara putting in some big slashes to get things going. Love that carve, snappy style right there. Tara continuing on down, nice big slashes at the wave. Floating up top and then dropping down low. And again, poking the nose over this time. Going with that frontside board slide. There's the 360. Oh, trying to lock in after that rotation. Unfortunately going down, but a great job so far from Tara Steinberger. Now coming out of North Dakota, Tara, one of the few surfers dedicated to the sport out of the state of North Dakota. And she's hosting some camps out there. If you want to learn more about how to get involved in the wake surf scene, in North Dakota, be sure to talk to Tara. Chat it up. Well, Tara Steinberger back up, back at it. Tara putting in some big carves, big slashes, linking those bottom turns into those front side hacks at the wave. Oh, man, and just going down right there. Having a little sun shower right here. Just the sun's still out. Just having a little Florida rainstorm. Pretty typical. No one here is surprised. Hey, guys. We're still having a good time. You know, the best thing about these boats is they're made to get wet. A little bit of water doesn't hurt them, that's for sure. We're going to get Tara Steinberger linked back up, finish off this first pass. And here we go. She's back up on the water. And I bet she wants that 360 one more time. Oh, no. Just digging the nose on that pump. Unfortunately going down. Looks like that's going to do it for Tara Steinberger, your first rider here in the 35 to 49 surf division. Well, next up on the water, a rider coming out of North Florida. We have got Amanda Dowd. Oh, no. And going down on that first frontside air. Now, Amanda, a talented surfer. Been doing it for more than a minute, that's for sure. Took a little time off, having a hip surgery, and now after physical therapy and getting back into it, man, she is looking good, feeling good. Talking to her yesterday, she said that she is feeling about as good as she ever has, and we're excited to see Amanda back on the water, shredding it up just like she used to. Well, she's tossing in the rope and getting right back into it. There's that nice slow spin. Oh, no. Just couldn't quite keep that edge out of the water. That's all right. We're going to get Amanda taxied down to the end of the course and get her ready, get her set to go into pass number 2. Hey, at this time, we do need men's 14 to 34 surf. Caden West, Finley Jones, Camden Small, and Jake Parrish. Once again, Caden, Finley, Camden, and Jake down to the start dock. Thanks. All right, Amanda Dowd back up. Back at it. Nice frontside air. Big slash at the wave. Feeling out that Paragon surf wave. Making sure that she is reacclimated. Nice ollie off the top of the lip right there. There's that 360. Locking right back in. And another big frontside air from Amanda. Now down here at the end of the course. Nice melon grab. And ducking down low, getting barreled. Awesome job from Amanda. A great second pass for Amanda Dowd, putting it together and closing us out there in the women's 35-49 surf. Coming up next, we've got men's 14-34 surf. At this time, we do need our women's 14-34 surf down to the start dock. Once again, women's 14-34, Kayla Rudabush, Braden Stranad, Keely Bowden, Molly Dawson, and Kinley Ann Maloon. Start making your way down. You ladies are on deck. At this time, we need our men's 14-34 surf. You guys are on the water. Caden, Finley, Camden, and Jake. Once again, Finley Jones down to the dock. Please and thank you. Well, right here, we got Caden West on the water. Young dude coming out of Winter Haven, Florida. Surfing his way front side down the lake. Oh, trying a body varial right there down in the trough. Unfortunately going down. But fortunately for him, only his first fall. Once again, we do need our men's 14-34 surf. Finley Jones down to the dock. Camden Small down to the dock. Jake Parrish down to the dock. Finley, Camden, and Jake down to the dock. Please and thank you. And also, let's get our women's 14-34 surf. Kayla Rudabush, Braden Stranad, Keely Bowden, Molly Dawson, and Kindley Ann Maloon. Make your way down to the dock. Thanks. Well, right now, we got Caden West back on the water, tossing in that rope. Nice frontside air from Caden. Oh, no. And just collapsing right there. Oh, dude, we got a double rainbow action. The second rainbow trying to peek through. A beautiful Florida sky after the rain. Showing off a nice, beautiful rainbow. All right, well, Caden West trying to follow that rainbow home. And he's surfing his way back down, trying to do a true surf start right here on his stomach. And then popping up, getting into his feet. Nicely done. Nice job. Getting in some turns. Good slashes. Little dance move. Caden always having fun out there on the water, and then just going down there at the end of the course. Nicely done from Caden West, your first rider here in the men's 14 to 34 surf division. We're getting our second rider here in the men's 14 to 34 surf. At this time, we do need all women's 14 to 34 surf. Women's surf down on the dock. That's Kayla, Braden, Keely, Molly, and Kinley Ann. Well, right now on the water, coming out of Lake Hartwell, South Carolina, we have got Finley Jones. We saw him surfing the skim style yesterday. Now he's locked in on that surf style. Deep bottom turn right there, right into that front side slash. And a nice alley-oop back one. Oh no, just slip it out. Finley, typically known for his skim style maneuvers, but recently this year deciding that he's going to try and be that multifaceted surf athlete, surfing skim and surf style. Now a lot of you might ask, well, Mark, what's the difference? And you know what? I'm glad you asked. On the skim style, typically riders are riding their boards finless. Those boards don't have a true nose or tail. They're pretty similarly shaped in both directions to where they're meant to be loose. They're meant to be skimmed on top of the water in a very skate style fashion. Now on the surf side of things, riders, their boards have a true nose and tail, and on that tail they typically have rather large fins. Those fins help them to generate speed, generate snap, allowing big snappy carves, slashes at the wave. You're definitely more locked in. It's harder to break those fins free, but you're able to generate more speed and thrust up the wave. You can see Finley Jones doing just that with that alley-oop backside 180, trying to do some of his skim style maneuvers on that surf style board, that backside shove it. Well, that's going to do it for Finley's first pass. We're going to get him ready for pass number 2. Well, Finley Jones halfway home, and now we're getting him back on the water to head back towards the start dock. He's tossing in that rope. Big slash at the wave. And a nice frontside air. Reaching down, grabbing the board with that melon grab. All right there, that 360. Taking it around again, going 2 times, making it the 720. And then blowing out that tail on that frontside lip slide. Nice big frontside air from Finley. There's the shove, reverting out. Oh man, trying to stay connected. Unfortunately going down. It looks like that is going to do it for him. Great job from Finley Jones, your second rider here in the amateur men's surf division. Well, next up on the water, coming out of Orlando, Florida, we got Camden Small. Camden Small, we saw him in the skim style yesterday as well, but I'll tell you, this little kid excels in the surf style. Able to maneuver that surf style board just like a skim style. Unfortunately, going down on that alley-oop back 3. Hey, that's okay. We're going to get Camden back up to finish off this first pass. Well, the team at Roswell Marine is excited to be with us here at the 2026 Nautique National Wake Surf Championships. Whether you're purchasing a new Nautique or you have an older model that you're looking to make a new statement with, Roswell has got you covered. From towers, board racks, biminis, even the rear view mirrors. Roswell family is dedicated to making every moment on the water memorable. Now, Roswell already has so many innovative products on that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon, like the telescoping flight control tower. There's the shoves from Camden. And the backside big spin trying to lock in there at the end of the course. Unfortunately taking another fall, but a great job from Camden Small. Well, new on the 2027 models for Nautique, Roswell has got the foil conversion kit for your strapless board racks that they have got on there. So if you're into foiling and you want to get that foil on the outside of your boat, Roswell Marine constantly raising the bar and keeping innovation in the water sports industry. Be sure to check out the Roswell Marine booth while you're here. And you can always go to roswellmarine.com. Well, Camden Small back up, this time surfing backside to get going. Nice backside air. There's the front side 360 from his backside stance and body varial out of it. Now back into his front side. There's a 360 in that direction. And a body varial back into his backside. Oh, man. trying to go with the big spin from his backside stance. And that's going to do it for Camden Small. At this time, all of our women's 14 to 34 surf should be out there. That's Kayla, Braden, Keely, Molly, and Kinley Ann. Women's 14 to 34 surf down on the dock. We're about to get our final rider in men's 14 to 34 surf. Braden Stranad down on the dock. Braden Stranad down to the start dock. Please and thank you. Well, right here, right now, we got a rider coming out of East Texas. Unfortunately, going down right there at that start of Wake Buoy. But this is Jake Parrish. Jake Parrish, no stranger to the Nautique Wake Series and the WWA, traveling with us to many of the locations that have been a part of the Nautique Wake Series this year. And unfortunately, going down early on in this first pass, but we're going to get Jake Parrish up to finish off pass number 1. All right, well, the throttles go down in that G23 Paragon, and Jake Parrish gets up. Tossing in that rope. Nice ollie down there in the flat water. Dropping that knee and standing back up. Carving it up. Jake doing a great job after that early fall. There's the 360. Oh, man. He got the rotation, got back on the wave, but just couldn't quite keep that heel edge out of the water. Unfortunately, got bucked off the board, but that's all right. It all happened at the end of the course, and we're going to get Jake Parrish back up on the water to finish off this run. Well, you know, over the years, Garmin has developed some of the most innovative marine products in the world. And now, with JL Audio as a part of the Garmin family, onboard entertainment has been elevated to the next level. To ensure that the soundtrack of your life never stops, JL Audio conducts rigorous environmental testing on all their marine audio products. You can get upgraded packages, even featuring the new JL Audio subwoofers, tower speakers, the Wave Front, and the Wake Sub. Be sure to check out the JL Audio and Garmin booth while you're out here today. And be sure to support the companies that support the sport. Well, right now, Jake Parrish back on the water. Doing some ollies, some frontside airs, dropping that knee down, and getting right back up, trying to hustle for it. Oh, man. Unfortunately, going down, he's got about half of the pass left to go. So we're going to get Jake back up on the water to finish off pass number 2. He is our final rider here in the men's 14 to 34 division. And that means at this time that we should have all women 14 to 34 down to the dock. That's Kayla Rudabush, Braden Stranad, Keely Bowden, Molly Dawson, and Kinley Ann Maloon. Women's 14 to 34 surf down to the dock. Also at this time, our boys 13 and under surf. Start grabbing your things and heading down. That's Caden Peace, Noah O'Brien, Samuel Bailey, Noah Hudkins, and Ethan Morales. Oh no, Jake trying that 360 one more time and unfortunately going down. That's going to do it for him. That's going to do it for all of our men's 14 to 34 surf division. Great stuff from Caden West, Finley Jones, Camden Small, and that dude right there, Jake Parrish. Coming up next, we've got women's 14 to 34 surf. We've got 5 riders about to enter the course and battle it out here in this semifinal round of action. All right, well, first on the water, coming out of Madison, Wisconsin, we've got Kayla Rudabush. Kayla surfing front side to get things going. Getting down low, kicking off that back leg way out there. And she is far back on that Paragon wave, showing just how much room there is to surf behind that Nautique. This time kicking off the back foot in front. There's that 360. Oh, man. Just got a little too high on the wave before she was able to try and drop back in. Well, Kayla going down there towards the end of the course and just not enough room to get her back up on the water. We're going to get her taxied down to the end and let her finish. Or sorry, restart with pass number 2. Once again at this time, we do need Caden Peace, Noah O'Brien, Samuel Bailey, Noah Hudkins, and Ethan Morales down to the start dock. Caden, Noah, Samuel, Noah, and Ethan. Make your way down to the dock. All right, well, Kayla Rudabush back up, back on the water. Nice frontside air, getting the Indy grab that time. And again, pumping this time, double grab, Indy and Melon. Kayla putting in some big frontside airs down here, trying to get that 360 again, and just not able to lock back in on it. It looks like she has got about a third of the course left to go. We're going to get her picked up to finish this second pass. All right, well, Kayla Rudabush back up, tossing in that rope. We're going to see if she gives that 360 one last attempt. Down here at the end, she's setting up for it. Oh, man, and just popping up and over the wave. That's going to do it for her. A great job from our first rider here in the women's 14 to 34 surf division. Kayla setting the bar for the rest of the riders to follow. And we've got 4 more riders coming down the list. Well, next on the water, coming out of Mount Dora, we've got Braden Stranad. Well, Braden Stranad up on the water, surfing front side, and coming into the course. Tossing in that rope and getting to work. Sitting in that sweet spot, putting in some carves. Nice snap carve right there at the lip. Oh, man, and just coming unglued. Trying to get a nice frontside air, and unfortunately, just slipping her foot off. That's all right. Only her first fall, so we're going to get Braden Stranad back up on the water. Behind that, JL Audio Wrapped Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. Well, we want to give a big shout out and thank you to the Palm Beach County Sports Commission. Down here in South Florida, there is so much fun to be had. From time playing on the lakes and at the cable parks, spending time on the golf courses, and even getting down into the beach. And the Palm Beach County Sports Commission keeping the people entertained. And so we hope that you enjoy your stay down here in South Florida, seeing the sights, doing the activities, and playing out in that South Florida sunshine. Now, I did mention cable parks. Just a little ways away is the longest running cable park in the United States, and that is Ski Rixon down in Deerfield Beach, Florida. That is going to be the official site for the U.S. Wake Park National Championships happening down in September. And any competitor here today and this week, they can ride all day long at Ski Rixon for $30, or you can do a week-long pass for $120. It's open to everyone down here. Just tell them that you're a part of the Nationals crew, and they'll get you that discount. Get some practice laps in before Wake Park Nationals. Well, right now, Braden Stranad putting in some big frontside airs. Oh, man. And then going down right there about 3/4 of the way down in pass number 2. Now, Braden Strenad riding a Phase 5 surf style board. Now, all Phase 5 boards are proudly made here in the USA, and they've been doing it since 2003. Phase 5 is a passionate rider-driven company that cuts no corners. It is truly built by riders and for riders. And as you'll see throughout the week, many of the top athletes choose Phase 5. Guys like John Ackerman, Sean Silvera, Jet Lambert. Ladies like Whitley Stewart, Ashley Inlows, A. Bear. And the list goes on and on. So be sure to check out Phase 5 for your next wake surf board. And right now, Braden surfing backside on her way back to the dock, showing the judges that variety that they're looking for. Not just surfing frontside, she can get backside as well. And a great job from Braden Strenad, your second rider here in the women's 14 to 34 surf division. Well, coming up next, we have got Keely Bowden. Doing it out of Ogden, Utah. Making her way across the country to be here with us today. Tossing in that rope, getting to work, shredding up that Paragon wave. Keely putting in some big carves. Nice slashes. There's that 3. Oh, man. And just couldn't quite stay in front of the wave. That's all right. Only her first fall, so we're going to get Keely Bowden back up, back on the water. Well, she's back up, back at it, looking for redemption on that 360. Oh, there it was, but unfortunately just going down again. Looks like that's going to do it for her first pass. We're going to get her reconnected here in just a bit. Well, a big shout out and thank you to the crew at Wakewell. Not only does Wakewell have a booth here today where they're selling some of their new merch, they got t-shirts, they got hats, they got life jackets, but also Wakewell has set up the athletes tent down at the start dock for the athletes to prep for their ride, where they can stretch, they can get hydrated, and then they can go recover after their ride. Wakewell truly cares about each and every athlete and their families out here. Their motto is love God, love others, love Wake, and they try and do things in that order. Not only that, but they will be hosting Wake Church Sunday afternoon in between the surf and wakeboard boat change. We hope that you will join Wakewell for Wake Church on Sunday. Well, right now we got Keeley back into the course. Pumping strong, dropping that knee, and standing right back up. The young lady out of Ogden, Utah, putting in work here in pass number 2. Oh, no. Trying that 360 one more time. And going down. Looks like she's going to have one last chance to get locked in on that 360 attempt. All right, her last chance to impress the judges. Keeley putting in the carves, trying to get set. There's a nice frontside air. There's the 3. Oh, man. And just hitting the ejection button right there at the end of the course. That's going to do it for her. A great job from Keeley Bowden, your third rider here in the women's 14 to 34 surf division. Once again, at this time, we do need boys 13 and under surf. Boys 13 and under. Caden Peace, Noah O'Brien, Samuel Bailey, Noah Hudkins, and Ethan Morales. Down to the start dock. Please and thank you. Well, next up on the water, originally out of the Midwest, but she's been living in Florida for quite some time. Doing it for the WWA, we've got Molly Dawson. Molly putting in some carves, getting things started, feeling out that Paragon surf wave, floating up top, and then dropping down low. Nice big slash there for Molly. And another one working that Paragon wave. Nice job from Molly. Putting in the carves. Getting all the way down to the end of the course. It looks like that is a stand-up first pass for Molly Dawson. So far, so good. Molly's been hard at work this summer with the WWA, traveling to contests all across the country and all across the globe. And one of the great things about the WWA is that they are continuing to provide you what you need, like new merch. You know, the WWA not only sanctions these contests, but they put out brand new styles of t-shirts, of hats, all types of swag, and you can find it all at the WWA store right next to the registration tent. Definitely be sure to check out the new Sway hats, specifically made for this event. They are fresh as it gets. Oh, Molly trying to surf backside right there. Difficult to get set on the wave and just going down. That's all right. Only her first fall. Now, if you want to follow along with the scoring of today's contest, you want to find out the score of you or your friends, you got to download that free WWA Ride Line app. Not only can you have the scoring right there at your fingertips, but you can follow along with each and every event that the WWA sanctions all across the globe. You can also build a profile and keep track of all the events that you enter, all the podiums that you gain along the way, and build your wake resume with you to take with you everywhere you go. It's all part of that WWA Ride Line app. It's the best way to stay up to date with all things wake. Nice slash right there from Molly, carving it up. Well, that's going to do it for Molly Dawson. And we've got one rider left here in the amateur women's 14 to 34 surf division. At this time, all boys 13 and under surf. Boys 13 and under surf need to be down at the dock. That's Caden Peace, Noah O'Brien, Samuel Bailey, Noah Hudkins, and Ethan Morales. All right, your final rider here in the women's 1434 surf. You saw her mom ride, you saw her dad ride. Well, now it's her time to shine. Right here, right now, out of Orlando, Florida, we got Kindley Ann Maloon. Kindley Ann getting up top on that surf wave, putting in some slashes. Nice job, ollieing up to the top. And then dropping down into the trough. Kindley putting in some big carves. And that's a stand-up first pass. She's waving to the camera. Nice job from Kindley Ann. Getting all the way down to the end of the course with no problems at all. Now we are just with the Maloon family out in Spain at the European Wakesurf Championships out at Bota Ski Water Sports Complex right outside of Madrid, where we got to see Kindley Ann out there shredding. She's been putting in time behind the boat, and it shows. We're going to get her reconnected behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. The throttles go down, and Kindley Ann gets up. All right, here we go. Nice big carves from Kindley Ann to get things going. Surfing front side, meaning the front of her body is facing that wave. Nice snap turns right there from Kindley Ann. Slashing up that wave. Down in the trough, floating up top, and then getting down into the flat water. Nice front side air. Launching the board up the wave. And again, waving as she exits stage left. Nicely done from Kindley Ann Maloon. That's going to do it for our amateur women's 14 to 34 surf division. Coming up next, we've got our boys 13 and under surf with 5 riders ready to battle it out here in the semifinals. At this time, we do need our girls 13 and under surf. Girls 13 and under, start making your way down to the start dock. That's Amelia Wiley, Marguerite Bailey, and Emma Proudfit. Once again, Amelia, Marguerite, and Emma. Start making your way down to the start dock. Well, right here, right now, we got Caden Peace kicking us off in this boys 13 and under division. Doing it out of Eustis, Florida. Caden launching off the lip right there with that front side air. Nice job. Another front side air. Caden, another rider, riding one of those Phase 5 surf style boards. There's that indie grab. And then locking in on that 360. Going for another one. Oh no, not quite as locked in on that. Taking a fall, but hey, that's okay. It happened down there at the end of the course. We're going to taxi Caden Peace down to the end and get him ready, get him set to go into pass number 2. Well, wake season can be a busy time for many of the competitors and their families. Constantly on the go, constantly traveling, packing a bag, throwing it into the plane, into the truck, driving around, flying to an airport. That stuff gets abused, and worst of all, the sunglasses. And the lenses get scratched, they get banged up, beaten up, and by the end of the season, man, my shades are looking absolutely thrashed. But that's where Fuse Lenses comes in. You no longer have to throw away your old sunglasses just because they have scratched lenses. At Fuse Lenses, they make brand new lenses for all of your name brand sunglass frames. You can even choose from a variety of colors, a variety of mirroring. They've got polarized, they've got prescription. And if you use the code WWA25, you can get 25% off your next purchase at Fuse Lenses. So stop throwing away your old scratch sunglasses and save some money with your favorite brand name shades from Fuse Lenses. Well, Caden Peace back up, locking in that 360, and down here at the end of the course, trying to get another one in. Yes, he will. There's the front side air. Oh, and trying to go alley-oop back one. That's going to do it for him. A great job and a great way to kick off our boys 13 and under surf division with Caden Peace. right here, right now, coming out of Orlando, Florida, we got Noah O'Brien. There's that double grab. Spinning it out in that backside 360. Noah O'Brien, a multifaceted athlete. Not only a talented wake surfer, but a talented wakeboarder, wake skater, cable rider, all included in his repertoire. Oh, man. Going frontside 360 as well, and then trying to get that 180 to shove it out of there. Unfortunately going down, but hey, Noah O'Brien doing a great job in pass number 1. All right, well, we got Noah O'Brien trying to come back this direction. Going down early in pass number 2. That's okay. Only his first fall. We're going to get him back up, back at it to finish off this second pass. Nice big air from Noah. Doing that mute grab. He's asking for a transfer, it looks like. Oh, man, getting the transfer, and he is going to pump his way back up. Nicely done onto his backside stance. And there's the front side 360 off of his backside stance. Noah locking back in there at the end. Awesome job from Noah O'Brien. Well, that's 2 riders down, 3 riders left to go here in the boys 13 and under surf division. Coming up next out of Conroe, Texas, we've got Samuel Bailey. Actually, I think he's more Woodlands based rather than Conroe. They're right next door to each other, but call it what it is, you know? Well, right here we got Samuel, the youngest member of the Bailey crew, surfing his way down, putting in some nice carves. Doing a great job staying connected. Slashing it up and laying it down. Keeping his balance right there towards the end of the course. Nice carve from Samuel Bailey. And that's going to do it for pass number 1. So far, so good. A stand-up run so far from Samuel Bailey. We're going to see if he can keep it going, keep it flowing as we bring him back through for pass number 2. All right, we got Samuel Bailey back on the water. Oh, man, going down early. They're in pass number 2. All right, Samuel Bailey back up, back at it. Looking to finish off this second pass. Getting all the way down to the end, putting in some nice carves. That's going to do it for him. Great job from Samuel Bailey. Well, coming up next, your second to last rider here in the boys 13 and under surf division, doing it out of Table Rock Lake, Missouri. Right here, right now, this is Noah Hudkins. Noah putting in some big slashes right there. Nice carves at the wave. There's the indie grab. Tapping on the brakes and then getting back on the gas. Noah trying to go alley-oop backside 180 and unfortunately taking a fall. Fortunately for him, only his first fall. So we're going to get Noah back up on the water to finish off this first pass. Now, as that sun gets higher in the Florida sky, you want to know that you are shaded from the sun, that you've got a hat that you don't have to worry about falling off or sinking to the bottom of the lake, and that's where Sway Hats has you covered. Sway took the old school snapback and made it better. Stretchy, soft, and grippy, it locks in without digging in. Not only that, but Sway hats are water resistant and they float so that you can wear them even while you ride without worrying about them ending up at the bottom of the lake. Sway is designed for riders, creators, and anyone living that lake lifestyle. It's not just about the look, it's about gear that performs. And right here at this event, we have got signature edition Sway hats specifically for wakeboard and wake surf nationals. Be sure to check those out at the WWA store and get them while you can, because they are only here for this event and they are not going to last long. Well, you can see a beautiful day right here in South Florida. Calm water, blue skies, and great surfing. Noah Hudkins coming in for his second pass. Big snap carve after that bottom turn. Blasting that frontside air, getting a mute grab on it for good measure. And the indie grab right into that backside 360, but just couldn't quite keep the edges out of the water. Well, Noah Hudkins back up and surfing his way down, looking to end with an exclamation point. He's pumping right into that alley-oop backside 360. And there's that frontside 180, trying to get it locked back in, but just slipping out. That's going to do it for Noah. We've got one rider left here in the boys 13 and under surf style division. At this time, we do need girls 13 and under surf, followed by open women's surf. Girls 13 and under surf and open women's surf. Make your way down to the dock. That's Marguerite Bailey, Emma Proudfit, Bo Walters, Maya Walters, and Jaden Harris. Make your way down to the dock. Well, right here, right now, your final rider in boys 13 and under surf, we've got Ethan Morales. Oh, man. And going down right at the beginning of pass number 1. That's all right. Sometimes getting that first fall out of the way can be a good thing. You can get wet, you can reset. We're going to get Ethan back up to finish off this first pass. All right, Ethan back up, making his way down the course. Nice indie grab right there, launching into the air, then blowing out the tail on that frontside lip slide. Big slash at the wave from Ethan. Digging deep, getting past the bubbles right there into that snap bottom turn. Nice frontside air. Oh, no, and just getting caught in that whitewash. Couldn't quite get out of it. But it all happened there at the end of the course. That's going to do it for Ethan's first pass. We're going to drop him down and turn him around for pass number 2. Once again, we do need girls 13 and under and open women. Down to the dock. That's Marguerite Bailey, Emma Proudfit, Bo Walters, Maya Walters, and Jaden Harris. Down to the start dock. Thanks. Oh, man. Nice frontside air. Just slipping out upon landing. He got a lot of amplitude, but just couldn't quite lock back in on the landing right there. We're going to get Ethan back up one last time to finish off this second pass. All right, Ethan Morales back up, tossing in that rope. Surfing front side. Pumping hard. Oh, man, trying that ollie 180. And then unfortunately going down. Looks like that's going to do it for him. That's going to do it for all of our boys 13 and under surf division. Coming up next, we have got our girls 13 and under surf. Once again, at this time, we do need open women as well as open men. Start making your way down. Open women's surf going to be Bo Walters, Maya Walters, and Jaden Harris. Open men's surf going to be Todd Chapdelaine, Keenan Crawl, and Alex Hudkins. Bo, Maya, Jaden, Todd, Keenan, and Alex. Start making your way down towards the start dock. Well, right here, kicking us off in our girls 13 and under surf division, a young lady out of the Woodlands, Texas. We've got Marguerite Bailey. You saw her younger brother Samuel riding in the division before. Well, now it's Marguerite's turn in the spotlight, putting in some nice carves, frontside airs, slashing it up. Nice job from Marguerite. There's the three. Oh, man, so close. Just trying to stay in front of the push. Unfortunately, going down on that one. But that's all right. We're going to get her taxied down to the end of the course for her to come back through for pass number 2. Well, Marguerite Bailey back up and starting off her second pass with some big slashes, big carves. Going forward, trying that 360. Unfortunately, going down. Young lady out of the Lone Star State trying to hold it down here in the girls 13 and under surf division. And doing it all behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. The G23 has been the most award-winning boat for over a decade. The premier wake boat for riders of wakeboarding and wake surfing. And many people wondered, how could you ever improve on something so perfect? But that's when the Paragon came along, adding an all-new level of luxury without sacrificing performance. The Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon truly packs it all into one package. You can learn more about the Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon and all the models of Nautique boats by going to Nautique.com, or if you're here on site, go check out the Nautique booth. They've got boats right here for you to check out. And you can join the Nautique family Right here, right now, your final rider in the girls 13 and under surf division, we got Orlando, Florida's own Emma Proudfit. Nice deep bottom turn right there from Emma. There's the 360, locking back in. There's the ollie down in the flat water. It looks like Emma Proudfit gonna have a stand-up first pass. No issues at all from Emma Proudfit there in pass number 1. We're gonna get her turned around and brought back down for pass number 2. Well, Emma Proudfit back up, this time surfing on her backside. Tossing in that rope. And Emma, very familiar with this Super Air Nautique G23 wave. The Paragon wave, that's what she rides behind at home. Spending a lot of time with Nautique boats. Her and her family are part of the Nautique family for sure. Dropping down in that backside stance. Nice backside air from Emma. Oh, man. And just slipping out there towards the end. Looks like going down right before that three-quarter buoy. Well, actually looks like she might have been just past it. And that's going to do it for her. Awesome job from all of our riders that have gone so far today. But, man, we have got some more exciting action coming at you here at day number 2 of the Nautique WWA US Wakesurf National Championships presented by GM Marine. I'm marking the mic, calling the shots all day long. We're going to take a quick break, hear a word from our sponsors, and then get right back into the wake surf action with our open women and open men surf divisions. We'll be right back.
I live life on the edge. That means accidents happen. Things break. Including my brand name sunglasses. But thanks to Fuse lenses, I don't have to worry about that. Fuse helps me replace my lenses for less with high-quality, guaranteed-to-fit lenses. Now, if they only had a website for a fractured ankle. Fuse lenses. Break a lens. We've got you covered.
For over 50 years, we've been more than just a manufacturer. We've been part of the journey, a journey driven by a passion for adventure and an uncompromising commitment to excellence. And now, we continue to push forward, refining, evolving, and redefining what performance means on the water. A legacy elevated, a standard exceeded, a continued commitment to innovation, precision, and power. Welcome to the future of performance. Welcome to the power behind the passion. PCM Marine Engines, performance that moves you.
All right, all right, all right. Well, we got our open women on the water. And we're kicking things off with a young lady out of Orlando, Florida, Bo Walters. First off the dock, trying to lock in that 360. Unfortunately going down on it, but hey, that's okay. Fortunately, it was her first fall. Each of these athletes gets one pickup per pass. And Bo Walters utilizing that pickup early on in pass number one. You know what? That's all right. Sometimes it's good to get that first fall out of the way early. You can get wet and reset. And now Bo back up. Nice. Frontside air. Feeling out that Nautique Paragon surf wave. Love the way she links those frontside airs in with the snappy bottom turns. And unfortunately going down one more time there in pass number one. That's going to do it for her first pass. As these riders only get one fall per pass. If they do happen to fall a second time, that pass is over. And they get taxied down to the end of the course to restart with pass number two. We're going to get Bo rocking and rolling into this second pass. And at this time, we do need open men down to the dock. Open men surf. That's Todd Chapdelaine, Keenan Crawl, and Alex Hudkins. Make your way down to the start dock. After that, it's going to be open women's skim, followed by open men's skim. All right, well, Bo Walters doing her pass number two. Nice big frontside air. There's that backside 360. Now down here towards the end of the pass. Oh, trying to go frontside air. And unfortunately going down, but she's got one last chance to impress the judges. Well, Bo Walters back up, back at it. One last chance to impress the judges. Tossing in that rope. Down here at the end. Oh, man. Looks like trying to do that backside big spin. Unfortunately, couldn't quite lock it down. That's going to do it for her. A great way to start our open women's surf division. Well, right here, Maya Walters on the water, linking in some 360s with some big snap carves and turns. There's the alley-oop back one. Oh, man, and just floating out the back. Maya putting together a solid first pass. Tons of movement, tons of carves, turns. Well, at this time, all open men's surf need to be down at the dock. That's Todd, Keenan, and Alex. Also, let's get our open women's skim down at the dock. Ekaterina Kuznetsova and Victoria Morosky. Start making your way down to the dock as well. Well, Maya back up. There's that alley-oop back one, reverting around. And then going down there towards the end. That's going to do it for pass number one with Maya Walters. We're getting Maya reconnected behind that Super Nautique G23 Paragon to come back into her second pass. Now, I do want to remind everybody that later this afternoon, after the action concludes on the water, we will have an awards ceremony for all the divisions that have gone today. Once again, we will do an award ceremony for all the divisions that have their final round today. And from here on out, each and every day, we will do awards for all the divisions that have their final round of action. Maya Walters going down about halfway through her second pass. So be sure to stick around until the day is done and find out who ends up on top of each and every podium that has their final later this afternoon. Some of the finals that are happening, we got amateur foil, we got adaptive divisions, the Wakesurf 50 and up, the Wakesurf 35 to 49, even some of the wakeboard divisions will have their final as well. Well, right now, Maya Walters trying to go half cab right there to get back into her dominant stance. Unfortunately, going down. That's going to do it for her. And that's going to bring us to our final rider here in Open Women's Surf Division. At this time, we do need Open Men's Surf down to the dock. That's Todd Chapdelaine, Keenan Crawl, and Alex Hudkins. Also, Open Women's Skim. Make your way down to the dock. Ekaterina Kuznetsova and Victoria Morosky. Head on down to the dock. right here. Your final rider in open women's surf out of Table Rock Lake, Missouri. We got Jaden Harris. Jaden going that front side 180, pulling it back. Oh, man, and just falling off on that backside 360. Jaden, another rider that has been traveling the world with the Nautique Wake Series. Got to hang out with her some in Spain at the European Wakesurf Championships. A very talented rider. The sister of Nautique team athlete Joey Harris. Both of them, tons of skill, tons of talent. All right, well, Jaden Harris back up on the water. This time she's surfing backside. Making her way down the course. Getting down low. There's that frontside 360 off of her backside stance. Trying to lock back in. Unfortunately going down, but hey, that's okay. She's got one last pickup here in pass number 2. Hey, at this time, we do need open women's skim as well as open men's skim. Make your way down to the dock. Ekaterina Kuznetkova and Victoria Morowski, make your way down. Also, Fupa Siddibur, Declan Vandereet, Sean Cummings, and Noah O'Brien, make your way down to the dock. Well, coming up next, we got open men's surf. Open men's surf. About to get on the water. We got Todd Chapdelaine. Coming into the course, riding that Phase 5 surf style board. Phase 5 made right here in the USA since 2003. And Todd Chapdelaine putting that surf style to work. Big frontside air, blowing out the tail on those frontside lip slides. Just smacking that lip. Whoop-ah right there. Into that backside 180. Completing the rotation around. There's the air reverse from Todd. Oh, and trying to go backside big spin. Todd Chapdelaine. Man, oh man. He has got the skills, that's for sure. So far, he's looking good. We're going to get him taxied down to the end of the course to get ready for pass number 2. Once again, let's get open women's skim down to the start dock, as well as open men's skim. Ekaterina Kuznetsova, Victoria Morozki, Fupa Sitabur, Declan Vandereet, Sean Cummings, and Noah O'Brien. Make your way down to the dock. Well, Todd Chapdelaine on the water. This time surfing backside. And here we go. Coming into the course. Nice backside air from Todd. Big slash at the wave. Blowing out the tails on that backside lip slide. Trying to get that frontside 360 under his belt as well. Unfortunately going down, but he's got one last pickup here in pass number 2. Once again, open women and open men skim. Make your way down to the dock. Open women's skim and open men's skim down to the start dock, please and thank you. All right, Todd Chapdelaine surfing his way down. Oh, nice job trying to go with that backside alley-oop all the way around. Unfortunately, taking a fall. That's going to do it, but a great start for our open men's surf division. We've got one rider left here in open men's surf. Then we're in open women. At this time, we need Ekaterina Kuznetsova down to the dock, as well as Victoria Morozki. And open men's skim, Fupa Sitabur, Declan Vandereet, Sean Cummings, and Noah O'Brien down to the dock. Well, Alex Hudkins on the water, doing it out of Table Rock Lake, Missouri. Nice alley-oop backside 180, completing that rotation around. And a nice Madonna right there, kicking off that front foot, as he's grabbing the front of the board. There's the front side 180, pulling it back. Oh, locking in on that backside big spin. And then body varial back around. There's the passion pop shove. Trying to get out of it. Unfortunately, just falling off the end. That's going to do it for pass number 1. But, man, Alex Hudkins putting it together and laying it down. All right, well, pass number 2 coming at you. And we got Alex Hudkins making his way down the course. Big backside air this time. Slash at the wave. And he put the melon grab on it for good measure with that backside air. Oh, man. Then going frontside 360 off of his backside stance. Unfortunately going down. That's all right. Only his first fall in pass number 2. So we're going to get him reconnected one last time to finish off this second pass. All right, all right. Well, Alex Hudkins once again backside. Pumping hard. Nice. Kicking that front foot off. Doing the Madonna off of his backside stance. Oh, trying to go backside 3 shove. Unfortunately going down. That's going to do it for him. That's going to do it for our open men's surf. Awesome job from Todd Chapdelaine and Alex Hudkins. Coming up next, we got our open women's skim, followed by open men's skim. At this time, we do need open men's skim down to the dock. That's Fupa Sitterber, Declan Vandereet, Sean Cummings, and Noah O'Brien. Make your way down to the dock. Also, amateur foil. Start grabbing your things. You dudes are going to be on deck here shortly. That's Cam Lewis and Dustin Todd. All right, all right. Well, looks like we are moving right along into our open women's skim division. And up next, we've got Victoria Morowski. Well, Victoria, another rider that's been riding with us on the Nautique Wakesurf Series for quite some time. Always fun watching her ride. She's surfing frontside. Oh no! And going down on that backside shove right out of the gate. Usually a stock trick for Victoria, but you know what? Sometimes you let your guard down for a second and those stock tricks come back to bite you. That's all right. Sometimes getting that first fall out of the way early can be a good thing. We're going to let her get wet and reset. Shake off the dust, dust off the rust, and come back firing on all cylinders. At this time, all open men's skim down to the start dock, please and thank you. Open men's skim down to the start dock. And amateur foil, start grabbing your things. All right, here we go. Backside 360 from Victoria. There's the shove, taking down the trick that took her down. There's backside 180, reverting back around. There's the revert shove. And getting all the way down to the end of the course. A great job getting back on the water, shaking off that early fall, and doing exactly what she needed to do for Victoria Morosky. Well, Victoria Morosky back up and back at it. Surfing her way down. Nice alley-oop back one. Locking right back in. There's the backside shove. Swiveling around into her backside stance. And now half cab around. Full cab. All the way to 5. And there's the backside shove out of it. There's the 360 shove, stepping it up. Doing a big trick there at the end. Trying to go backside big spin. Unfortunately, going down. That's going to do it for Victoria Morosky. That's going to do it for our Open Women's Skim division. Great job from Open Women's Skim. Well, coming up next, we have got our Open Men's Skim. Open Men's Skim starting off with a young dude out of Claremont, Florida. He came into the wake surf scene just a handful of years ago. And man, this kid, every time he rides, elevates his game, elevates his style. This is Fupa Sitteber going 540 big spin right out of the gate. Oh no, going down on that alley-oop back one. Hey, we do want to give a big shout out to our friends at Wakewell. Not only does Wakewell have brand new merch down at their booth, they've got free Jesus is Rad stickers, they've got free Gospels of John to hand out, but they also have set up the athletes tent down at the start dock, allowing athletes a place to prepare for their ride and to recover after their ride. At Wakewell, their motto is love God, love others, love Wake. And they try and do things in that order. On Sunday, they are going to do Wake Church for us in between wake surf and wakeboard boat change. So be sure to stick around to Sunday and join us for Wake Church with our friends at Wakewell. Right now, Fupa Sitteberg going backside 3 shove. As he gets back on the water, there's the 540 shove it. Stomping it down, and just in the nick of time. Fupa actually absolutely crushing it. We're going to get him ready for pass number 2. here at the end of the course. Well, Fupa Sitabur, your first rider in open men's skim. After that, we're going to have amateur foil, followed by our adaptive divisions. Amateur foil, start grabbing your things, head on down to the dock. That's Cameron Lewis and Dustin Todd. And our adaptive divisions, start getting ready. That's Cody George, Heidi Pearson, Chris Short, and Anna Taylor. All right, well, Fupa Sitabur on the water. Here he goes. There's the backside shove, front shove out. Backside body varial. And then the switch front body varial. Oh, no, just slipping out. That's going to do it for him. Setting the bar for the rest of the riders to follow. Fupa Sitabur out of Claremont, Florida, doing a great job kicking us off in the open men's skim. Well, coming up next, a young dude out of Windermere, Florida. We got Declan Vanderreet. There's the backside shove to get going. Backside 3 shove in that revert stance. Front shove out. Backside big spin, linking it up with the switch front big. Call him Butter because he's on a roll. There's that backside 3 shove. 540 big spin. He is linking the tricks together. Oh, and then the switch Gumby to get back into his dominant stance. 540 shove from Declan. Shove out, and that is going to do it. Declan Vanderreet absolutely crushing it in pass number 1. Well, I'm just not sure it gets too much better than that. Declan Vanderreet throwing banger after banger. Well, he's not done yet. He's halfway home to a stand-up run. And right now, Declan Vanderreet coming in for pass number 2. He's already put together such an incredible first pass. We're going to see what he's got left in the tank. Alley-oop back 1. Reverting back around. There's the blind body varial into the switch body varial. Ollie front 1 into that front side air reverse. Oh, trying to go front side 3 shove off of his front side stance. and unfortunately taking a fall. Fortunately for him, still has plenty of room here in pass number 2 to get back up and get a couple more tricks in before that into course buoy. Well, Declan Vandereet back up. Tossing in that rope, eyeing up that in the course buoy. And down here at the end. Oh, trying to go 720, shove it. Woo! That's a big trick here in open men's skim. Declan Vandereet bringing the heat. Well, right here, right now, this is Noah O'Brien in open men's skim, putting together a series of shoves. There's the backside big spin, locking back in, reverting back around, swiveling into his switch backside stance. Oh, and there's the switch bigger spin. Oh, trying to link in with that 540 back big. Unfortunately going down there at the end of the course, but man, Noah O'Brien, another young kid who has elevated his game, continues to get better and better in that skim style division. Well, we do want to remind everybody that for every division that has their final today, we will be doing their awards ceremony at the end of the day. So after our wakeboard divisions conclude, we will have our award ceremony for all the divisions that have gone today with their final round. Well, Noah O'Brien back up. Nice alley-oop, back one. Getting back into his dominant stance. Right in that phase 5 key. There's a series of shoves. 540 back big from Noah O'Brien. Oh, and trying to go 540 shove it. Noah O'Brien pulling out all the stops. Looks like he's going to get one last pickup here in pass number 2. At this time, our amateur foil need to be down at the dock. That's Cameron Lewis and Dustin Todd, followed by our adaptive divisions. Adaptive divisions, start making your way down to the dock. Thanks. All right, well, Noah O'Brien's last chance to impress the judges, tossing in that rope. Oh, there's the 540 shove one more time, but just couldn't quite ride away from it. That's going to do it from him. That's going to do it for all of our open men's skim division. We have got a lot more action coming at you here at day number 2 of the Nautique WWA USA National Wakesurf Championships presented by GM Marine. I'm Mark on the mic. We're going to take a quick commercial break and be back in the action in just a bit.
I live life on the edge. That means accidents happen. Things break. Including my brand name sunglasses. But thanks to Fuse lenses, I don't have to worry about that. Fuse helps me replace my lenses for less with high quality, guaranteed to fit lenses. Now if they only had a website for a fractured ankle. Fuse lenses. Break a lens. We've got you covered.
For over 50 years, we've been more than just a manufacturer. We've been part of the journey, a journey driven by a passion for adventure and an uncompromising commitment to excellence. And now, we continue to push forward, refining, evolving, and redefining what performance means on the water. A legacy elevated, a standard exceeded, a continued commitment to innovation, precision, and power. Welcome to the future of performance. Welcome to the power behind the passion. PCM Marine Engines, performance that moves you.
Well, we are just about to get started here at the WWA Nautique U.S. National Wakesurf Championships presented by GM Marine. I'm Mark on the mic, calling the shots for all the wake surf action today, and we're about to get our amateur foil on the water, followed by our adaptive divisions. At this time, we do need adaptive sitting and adaptive standing. Make your way down to the dock. Following that, we'll have 50 and up men's wake surf, 50 and up women's wake surf, and our women's 35 to 49. Those are all finals from here on out. And we're going to see who takes the top spot and becomes our U.S. national champions in foil, adaptive, 50 and up, and women's 35 to 49. Hey, and just a quick reminder that all divisions that have a final today, we will be doing the award ceremony immediately after today's action wraps up on the water. So after all the wakeboarders go, any division that has a final, both wake surf and wakeboard, we will be doing the awards ceremony after that. Well, coming up first in our amateur foil division, coming out of Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma, we have got Bam Bam Cam Lewis. And here we go, flying above the water. Cameron Lewis pulling his way down, touching both edges of the board, and now pumping to stay in front of that wave. Now, if you're not familiar with foiling, it is an absolutely magical feeling. You're actually not riding the board, you're actually riding a wing under the water that is constantly wanting to fly up above the water. It's just like an airplane wing where it creates lift as it moves forward. And so you can see Cameron Lewis flying that foil up above the water, putting in some carves, going down about midway through, but hey, that's okay. In the foil divisions, each of these athletes get one run that consists of 2 passes. During those 2 passes, they can put in as many tricks as they want, and if they do happen to fall, they will get 1 pickup per pass. So here we go, Cameron Lewis back up on the water. You can see him flying that foil, his mast hovering about a foot above the water. That's that airplane wing underneath, allowing him to hover a foot above the lake. And now he's going to pump out away from the boat as he crosses past that into course buoy. That's going to do it for pass number 1. We're going to get him locked and loaded for pass number 2. All right, well, Cameron Lewis back up, back at it, staring down the barrel of pass number 2. And here we go. Entering into the course, Cam Lewis. Young dude out of Oklahoma. Pumping in front of that wave. Nicely done. Oh, man, and just going down right there. Well, he's got one pickup left to go here in pass number 2. We're going to get him reconnected behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. Well, he's back up, back at it. And down towards the end of the course. Oh, no. Looks like he may have been wanting to set up for an air right there. Unfortunately, going down. That's going to do it for Cameron Lewis, your first rider here in the amateur foil division. Hey, at this time, we do need all adaptive divisions down to the start dock. Adaptive sitting, you guys are starting us off, followed by adaptive standing. All right, and your next rider coming out of Claremont, Florida, doing it for Wakewell. This is Dustin Todd. Dustin flying up high, floating way up over that wave, and then dropping back into the trough. Now he is wanting to get this backflip in a contest. We're going to see if he can make it happen. Big, boosty frontside air. Nicely done. And then down here at the end, he's getting his feet locked in. There's the flip. Oh, man. And just couldn't quite pump out of it. A great job there in pass number 1. We're going to get him turned around and brought back down for pass number 2. Once again, adaptive sit boarding. You guys are up first. That's Cody George and Heidi Pearson. Head on down to the dock. After that, we got adaptive standing with Chris Short and Anna Taylor. Well, we're about to get Dustin Todd reconnected behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon to finish off his run. And Dustin, part of that Wakewell crew. Our friends at Wakewell set up the athletes tent down there at the start dock, a place for athletes to get ready for their run and recover after their run. Be sure to go check it out and utilize what they are here to serve. And then on Sunday, Our friends at Wakewell will be hosting Wake Church in between the surf and wakeboard change. That'll happen right around noon, about 12:15. We will have Wake Church hosted by Wakewell. All right, well, Dustin Todd back on the water. Getting his feet set, flying that foil high. Big frontside air. Nice job from Dustin. Putting in some carves. There's the backflip. Oh, pumping it, getting it, and he will. His first flip in a contest. You love to see it. Nicely done. Oh, trying for that 360. That's going to do it. Give it up, make some noise for both of our foilers, Cameron Lewis and that dude right there, Dustin Todd, landing the flip for the first time in a contest. Awesome job from Dustin Todd. Well, coming up next, we've got our adaptive divisions. And we're starting off with adaptive sitting, followed by adaptive standing. Now, one of the great things about Nautique boats is how they partner and give back to many organizations throughout the industry. One of that being the Wake for Warriors organization. Wake for Warriors, getting veterans out there on the water, allowing them to experience the freedom, the fun of water sports. Many of these adaptive athletes are part of the Wake for Warriors program, and it's just one of the many ways that Nautique Boats gives back to the culture and the community. We're about to get our first adaptive sitting rider on the water. This is going to be Cody George. All right, here we go. Cody George starting out on his stomach and then getting up onto his knees. Nicely done. Tossing in that rope. And Cody sitting in that pocket. Nice job. Putting in some carves. Getting some turns in there. Spraying down the back of the boat. Oh, man, and just tapping on the brakes a little too hard. Okay, that's all right. Only his first fall, so we're going to get Cody back up, back at it here in his first pass. Well, Cody George back up, tossing in that rope. And here we go, surfing his way down the lake. Big carve right there from Cody. Setting his balance, getting in that pocket. And another big slash at the wave. Nicely done, getting all the way to the end of the course. That's going to do it for pass number 1, and so far, so good for Cody George. All right, we got Cody George back up, back on it. Surfing his way down. Nice job. You can see how much room he's got there in that pocket behind the G23 Paragon. Putting in some slashes. Cody staying connected all the way down. Nice big carve at the wave. Oh man, trying to keep that nose out of the water and just getting down to the end. That's going to do it. Give it up, make some noise for Cody George, your first rider in the adaptive sit-boarding division. Well, now we've got our second adaptive sitting rider. And right here, right now, this is Heidi Pearson. Heidi finding herself right there in that sweet spot behind the G23 Paragon. Making some big slashes right there. Carving it up, throwing it down. Nice job. Big carves from Heidi. Tons of movement out there. And staying right there in the push. Oh, man. Just catching an edge. Well, Heidi going down there towards the end of pass number 1. Looks like we're going to get her reconnected. We're going to get Heidi Pearson back up to finish off this pass. Looks like she's going to hop on the back of the boat for a second. We're going to get her taxied down to the end. Well, at this time, we do need men's 50 and up wake surf. Men's 50 and up wake surf. That's Jim Borton and Greg Maloon. Make your way down to the start dock. We're about to get your final underway. All right, we got Heidi Pearson back up. Tossing in that rope, dragging that hand. She's getting barreled back there. Big slashes from Heidi. Nice job. Dropping off that wave and getting right back into the rhythm. Awesome stuff. Big slash at the wave, chucking buckets across, trying to do that 360. Oh man, that was it. She stayed on axis, got the rotation, but just lost a little speed. Trying to stay in front of the wave, unfortunately going down. Looks like she's got one last attempt. We're going to get her back up, back in the action to finish off pass number one. Hey, we want to give a big shout out to the crew at Roswell Marine. Experience an entirely new comfort for your quiver with the Nautique strapless board racks by Roswell Marine. And available on the 2027 models. You can get the foil conversion kit to ensure that no board gets left behind. The crew at Roswell has long been the leader in marine product innovations. From board racks and biminis to mirrors and even towers. Not to mention some of the best speakers out there as well. Be sure to go stop by the Roswell Marine booth and see all the new innovations that Roswell Marine has got in store. Whether you're gussying up your old boat or if you're putting Roswell's products on a brand new Nautique, they have got it all to make your moments on the water memorable. Oh, there's the three. She got it. Oh, man. Heidi Pearson getting that 360. She is figuring that one out for sure. Awesome job from Heidi. Getting it right at the last second. So clutch from Heidi Pearson. That's going to conclude our adaptive sit boarding division. Coming up next, we've got our adaptive standing division. It's all happening out here at beautiful Boca Raton, Florida, at the Nautique WWA US National Wake Surf Championships, presented by GM Marine. I'm Mark on the mic, calling the shots for wake surfing all day long. And we're about to get our adaptive standing division on the water. We got two riders getting ready to get shreddy. Now, as we've mentioned, obviously all of the action happening behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon for all of our surf divisions. But the Paragon can't go anywhere without GM Marine technology and the PCM engine powering that beast of a boat. Trusted by top boat manufacturers and riders alike, PCM engines are built to perform all day, every day. And if they can handle the long days on the water, the full week of riding out here at the U.S. National Championships, you better believe they can handle you and your family. Durability and reliability that you can trust from PCM engines and GM Marine technology. Well, your next rider on the water, we have got Chris Short. And Chris getting set on that Paragon surf wave, sitting in the pocket, tossing in the rope. Oh no. And just digging the nose a little too heavy on the front of the board. That's all right. We're going to get him all balanced out. Let him have another shot as we pick him up for the rest of pass number 1. Just a reminder to all of our riders that for any division that has its final round of action today, that includes this adaptive division. For surf, that is amateur foil, adaptive sitting, adaptive standing, men's 50 and up, women's 50 and up, and women's 35 to 49. Those all have their finals. And we're going to do an award ceremony at the end of the day after all of our wakeboarding concludes. So be sure to stick around, find out who ends up on top of the podium for each and every division that has their final round of action today. Well, this time I do need men's 50 and up final down to the dock. That's Jim Borton and Greg Malone. Also, women's 50 and up final, Kelly Malone and Sue Borton. A battle of the spouses going down in those 50 and up divisions. All right, and right here, right now, we got Chris Short back on the water. And Chris getting some front side carves in. Oh man, just slipping off right there. Happening towards the end of the pass. That's all right. We're going to taxi him down, get him ready, get him set to go into pass number 2. All right. We got Chris Short back on the water. Coming back through for pass number 2. Tossing in that rope, getting set in the sweet spot behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. And Chris putting in some great shredding. Big carves at the wave. Oh man, just going down as he drops into the trough. We're going to get him back up on the water to finish off this second pass. So far, so good from Chris Short. All right, Chris Short back up. Nearing the end of the course. Oh, man. Just going out the back right there. Great job from Chris Short. Rounding us out in the adaptive standing division. Great job from all of those adaptive riders. Absolutely throwing down. Oh, no, sorry. We've got one more. How dare I? We have got the wonderful, the lovely, the Colorado, Anna Taylor. We're going to get Anna on the water. Anna riding that Phase 5 board. Phase 5 boards proudly made in the USA. Ever since 2003, it is a by riders, for riders company. And Phase 5 remains core to its roots, built on family, passion, and a drive to continue doing what they do best, and that is wake surf. Whether it's skim style or surf style, Phase 5 has got you covered. So we're going to get Anna Taylor on the water to get going as our final rider here in the adaptive standing division. All right, Anna tossing in that rope. Getting behind that Paragon. Oh, man. Just dropping off a little too steep right there. That's all right. Only her first fall in pass number 1. So we're going to get Anna back up to finish this first pass. Yeah, big ollie down there in the flat water for Anna. Oh, there's a 3. Looks like she might have given up on that one coming around, thinking she wasn't going to get the rotation, and then she nearly got it. Well, a great job from Anna so far. We're going to get her turned around and brought back down for pass number 2. Well, as that Florida sun gets higher in the sky, you want to know that the hat you have is not only going to stay fitted to your head, but it's not going to sink to the bottom of the lake if it happens to get wet. Well, that's where Sway Hats has got you covered, literally. Not all hats are created equal. Sways have got a custom feel fit thanks to their stretchy snapback. It's totally unique, and you have got to see it to believe it. Go feel it for yourself at the WWA merch tent and check out the custom Sway hats that they have for this event. Supplies are limited for these specific hats, and once they're gone, they are gone. So check them out up here at the registration tent and find out why everyone is switching to Sway. Well, we're about to get Anna Taylor back up on the water to get started for her second pass. She is our final rider in the adaptive standing division. And then we're into our finals for men's 15 up surf, women's 15 up surf, and women 35 to 49. All those riders, make your way down to the dock. That's Jim Borton, Greg Malone, Kelly Malone, and Sue Borton, Tara Steinberger, and Amanda Dowd. Make your way down to the dock. Thanks. All right. Amanda, or excuse me, jeez. Now I'm mixing all the names together. Anna Taylor back on the water. Oh man, trying to stay in that pocket. Just getting bucked a little bit. Not able to stay with it, but hey, that's okay. Only her first fall here in pass number 2. We're getting her back on the water to finish off this second pass. All right, Anna Taylor reconnected behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. And getting right back into the action. Tossing in that rope. There's that ollie down there in the flat water. Nice job from Anna. Another one, feeling it out, making sure everything is to her liking. Oh man, and trying one more time for that 360. Unfortunately going down, but a great job. Make some noise. Give it up for Anna Taylor. That concludes our adaptive standing division. Coming up next, we've got men's 50 and up wake surf. After that, we've got women's 50 and up wake surf. And then we are rounding out the surf portion of our day with women's 35 to 49 surf. Just a reminder that after all the wakeboarding is done today, we will have our award ceremony for all divisions that have had their final round of action. That's wake surf, foil, wake skate, wakeboard, you name it. If it has a final, we are doing the award ceremony for those divisions later on this afternoon. Be sure to stick around, find out who ends up on top of all the podium positions. And we will crown our 2026 U.S. National Champions. We are getting our men's 50 and up division started, and kicking us off, a dude coming out of Georgia. Right here, right now, we got Jim Borton getting on the water. Now, the fun thing about these next two divisions, filled with husband and wife duos. The husbands are going to battle it out. Then the wives are going to battle it out. And you know what? That's one of the things I love about the WWA and the Nautique Wakesurf Series is that it doesn't matter who you're from, what you've done, or where you're from. They have got a division for you. Right here, right now, Jim Borton starting us off in the men's 50 and up division. Riding that Phase 5 surfboard. So many of the skim athletes and surf athletes riding those Phase 5 boards. And you can see Jim putting in those carves. Nicely done. Getting into the sweet spot behind that G23 Paragon wave, and then putting some carves, putting some slashes in, utilizing the full face of that G23 Paragon wave. Jim doing a great job, having a stand-up first pass. No problems at all for Jim Borton as he gets us started in the men's 50 and up final. All right. Well, Jim Borton about to get reconnected behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon, baby. JL Audio wrapped. And now with JL Audio under the Garmin family, man, onboard entertainment has been elevated to the next level. They put all of their products through rigorous testing to make sure that they are going to stand up to the environment that you are living your active lifestyle through. Be sure to go check out the new JL Audio products like Wavefront and Wakesub out there at the JL Audio booth. Well, Jim Borton tossing in that rope. And getting to work. Nice. Slow surf style from Jim Borton, putting in the carves. Nice. Little ollie down there in the flat water. And that's going to do it. Give it up, make some noise for Jim Borton. All right, next up on the water, the president himself, president of Nautique Boats, Greg Malone. Not just a businessman, he's a surfer, man. Poking the nose of the board, up and over with that frontside board slide. There's the chop hop off the top lip, down into the trough. Big slash at the wave. Greg Malone hanging 5 out there, showing that he is a user of the product, loves getting out there, surfing behind the boats that he helps to build. Going frontside air, and then just couldn't quite recover after that big air. Looks like he went down just before that 3/4 buoy. We're going to get him linked back up. Behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. All right, well, Greg Malone getting reconnected. And taking it all the way down to the end of the course. A little bit of room left. Nice frontside air from Greg to finish off that first pass. Now, one of the things that nobody likes to do when you're in a G23 Paragon is head back to the dock. You want to keep enjoying time out there on the water, but you know what? The Paragon has got something new to help you when you do have to get back to the dock. Exclusively on the new Paragon models for 2027, the all-new docking light animation with LED docking light array now comes to life with signature startup animation, reinforcing the elevated level of luxury and attention to detail found only aboard the Paragon. Learn more about what is new for Nautique in 2027 at Nautique.com, or head on over to the Nautique booth and check it out for yourself. All right, well, Greg Maloon slashing his way around. There's that 360. Oh, no. Just a little too nose heavy as he came out of it. All right, Greg Maloon back up. He's choked up on that rope, tossing it in early as he gets set on that sweet spot of that Nautique G23 Paragon wave. There's the 360. Oh, man. He was trying to fight for it and just going down. That's going to do it for Greg Maloon. Give it up, make some noise for all of your men's 50 and up wake surfers. Jim Borton and that dude right there, Greg Maloon. Way to go. Coming up next, we've got our women's 50 and up wake surf. I told you earlier that it was a battle of the spouses. In 50 and up men, we had Jim Borton and Greg Maloon. In the 50 and up women, we have Kelly Maloon and Sue Borton. And coming up first, out of Orlando, Florida, we've got Kelly Maloon setting the stage for our women's 50 and up surf division. And here we go. Kelly Maloon on the water. Sitting in that sweet spot behind the G23 Paragon. Oh, no. And just digging the nose right there. Taking her first fall, but hey, fortunately for her, it's only her first fall. So we're going to get Kelly Maloon back up on the water to finish off pass number 1. Well, Kelly Maloon about to get back on the water as we reconnect with her to finish off her first pass. Tossing in that rope and getting right back into it. Sitting in that sweet spot. Oh, man, and just a little too heavy on the brake. Needed a hair more speed to stay in front of the wave, but that's all right. We're going to get her down to the end of the course and let her get ready, get set to go into pass number 2. We're getting Kelly Malone back down behind that Super Aeronautique G23 Paragon. A fantastic look at that beast of a boat. The throttles go down, Kelly gets up, and we are back in the action with pass number 2. Tossing in that rope, and Kelly reaching down, touching the board. Nice job grabbing the rail, showing she is in control, and now getting on the gas. Nice. From way back on the wave, all the way back into the pocket. Kelly Malone. Oh, man, trying to hang with it. Unfortunately going down. That's going to do it. Oh, no, she's still got one pass left. Well, Kelly's got one last pickup down here towards the end of the course. We're going to see if she can squeeze in one more big trick. All right. Well, her last chance to impress the judges, Kelly Malone. Oh, no. Just goes down right there. A little off balance to begin with. That's going to do it for her. A great job starting us off here in the women's 50 and up surf division. Well, next up on the water, your top qualifier coming into this women's 50 and up division. She's last off the dock. Coming out of Georgia, we've got Sue Borton, ready to take center stage. And here we go. Sue doing that frontside lip slide to get things going, blowing out the tail at the top of the lip, then ollies down there in the flat water. Nice big carve from Sue. Nice little tail slide from Sue Borton as she skirts out sideways. And doing it again. Nicely done. Sliding sideways, but getting back on the gas and staying connected all the way through. That's a stand-up first pass from Sue Borton. Well, she's halfway home to a stand-up run. And right now, Sue Borton surfing in that revert position. She's got the tail of the board facing forward. Doing some ollies out there. Putting in the carves. Nice job from Sue. Blowing out the tail, that time with in that revert position. Poking out the nose of the board. Showing the judges that she can ride that board in either direction. Doing that tail slide, trying to poke it out a little bit more. Waving to the cameras, and looks like that's going to do it. A great job from Sue Borton. Your final rider there in the women's 50 and up skim division. Well, next up, we have got our final surf division of the day. And these ladies ready to get shreddy. First, coming out of North Dakota, we've got Tara Steinberger. Tara tossing in that rope and going to work. Put in some big slash carves right there. Nicely done. Holding it down for the state of North Dakota. Tara Steinberger, passionate about spreading the joy of surfing to other people in North Dakota. Whoa! And trying to go drop knee right there, but when standing back up, just couldn't quite keep that nose out of the water. That's all right, only her first fall in pass number one. We're going to get her reconnected to finish off this first pass. Well, Tara Steinberger about to get back up. She's got a little bit of room left here in pass number one. Oh, man, and going down right there at the end. Great job from Tara Steinberger, your first rider here in the amateur women's 35 to 49 surf division. Hey, at this time, we do need our women's wakeboard. Women's wakeboard. Start stretching. Maybe head down to the Wakewell athlete tent. Get yourself some hydration. Use a foam roller. Big shout out to our friends at Wakewell, providing the athlete tent for our riders to prepare for their run and recover after their run. Not only that, but Wakewell is hosting Wake Church on Sunday in between the boat change between surf and wakeboard. Be sure to stick around and start your day the positive way with Wake Church, hosted by Wakewell on Sunday. Well, Tara Steinberger back up on the water. Big slashes from Tara. She is tearing that wave apart. There's Ollie down there in the flat water. Poking the nose up and over for that frontside board slide. Oh, there's the three. Oh, man. Just couldn't quite stay on the wave. She was all smiles coming out of that. She got the rotation. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite stay in the push. She's got one last attempt down here towards the end. We're going to get her back up one last time to see if she can get that 360 under wraps. Oh, man. Tara going down one more time. That's going to do it for her. A great job starting us off in this women's 35-49 surf final. Well, next up on the water, your top qualifier coming into this final, and your last rider of the day. Coming out of North Florida and bouncing back in her first contest after a major hip surgery, we have got Amanda Dowd. Amanda starting off, nice melon grab on that frontside air. Big slash right there from Amanda. Getting up top and then chop hop off the top lip. There's the 360, locking right back in. Amanda locked and loaded right now. Big frontside air right into that bottom turn. Getting down towards the end. And she is feeling pretty good, as she should, after a stand-up first pass. Nicely done from Amanda Dowd. Well, we do want to remind everybody that after our wakeboard action concludes on the water, we will have award ceremony for all divisions that have gone today with their final. Once again, all divisions that have had their final round of action, we will be doing your award ceremony immediately after the wakeboard divisions end. Those award ceremonies going to happen up here at the amphitheater. Be sure to stick around and find out who ends up on top of the podium in each and every division. Well, now we got Amanda Dowd surfing backside. Oh. Amanda going down on that backside carve, trying to stay connected. Surfing backside is tricky. Unfortunately, taking a fall right there, but that's all right. Only her first fall. When you're surfing backside, you got to naturally stand with your weight on your heels. And mostly, when we stand on the ground, we got weight over the balls of our feet. So when you're back on your heels and you can't see where that sweet spot in the wave is because it's behind you, not to mention keeping your shoulders open towards the boat as opposed to in line with your board, it feels a little funky. We're going to see if Amanda goes back to surfing backside or if she switches back into frontside, and it looks like she's going to stick with that backside stance, giving the judges the variety that they want to see. Oh no, trying that backside air and unfortunately going down. It looks like that is going to do it for her. That is going to do it for all of our women's 35 to 49 wake surf. And that is going to do it for all of our wake surfing and foiling, period. A great day number 2 out here at the Nautique WWA USA Wakesurf National Championships, presented by GM Marine. I'm Mark on the mic. It has been an absolute pleasure announcing for you all morning long, and we look forward to even more action as we go into the following days this week. But first, we are going to do our wakeboard divisions. We are going to take a short break, hear from our sponsors, let our judges swap out, and then we'll get into our first wakeboard divisions of the day here at day number 2 of the Nautique WWA Wakeboard Nationals, presented by GM Marine. I'm Mark on the mic. We'll be right back.
For over 50 years, we've been more than just a manufacturer. We've been part of the journey, a journey driven by a passion for adventure and an uncompromising commitment to excellence. And now, we continue to push forward, refining, evolving, and redefining what performance means on the water. A legacy elevated, a standard exceeded, a continued commitment to innovation, precision, and power. Welcome to the future of performance. Welcome to the power behind the passion. PCM Marine Engines, performance that moves you.
I live life on the edge. That means accidents happen. Things break. Including my brand name sunglasses. But thanks to Fuse lenses, I don't have to worry about that. Fuse helps me replace my lenses for less with high quality, guaranteed to fit lenses. Now if they only had a website for a fractured ankle. Fuse lenses. Break a lens. We've got you covered.
What's happening, ladies and gentlemen? The time right now, 1 p.m. in the afternoon. We are now 12 minutes out from our next round of action. It's going to be the wakeboarders getting after it, and we have our first finals of the day. Initiating the wakeboard portion. Women of 14 and above. We've got 5 athletes that are going to do formidable battle on their way to a national championship here at the Nautique WWA Wakeboard National Championships, presented by GM Marine. Out there on the water, you see that gorgeous G23 Paragon getting ready to create the competition wakes that these athletes are going to pursue. In this case, the opportunity to claim a national championship right down here in Boca Raton, Florida. Greetings and salutations. My name is JB Jeff Barton, OG in the wakeboarding scene. If you're new to the game in the past 5 years or so, I'm going to be a new face to you. But my heart and soul have been in it for the better part of the past 35 years. And I'm proud to be donning the mic, sharing it with Mark Heger as we get ready for the afternoon's competition here. 5 great days of riding, all culminating in various world championships in towed water sports discipline right here in South Florida. We, of course, have to get a big shout out to our partners right now. We got to thank our friends, of course, at Nautique. For over a decade, the G23 has been the most sought-after wakeboat in the industry, and we have it here today. This award-winning model is the undisputed boat of choice for professional riders looking to redefine what is possible on the water. But it can also cater to beginners with its scalable wakes and waves that can be adjusted for each rider's skill level. Back in the day, it was a difficult situation when these great, huge, heaping wakes behind these boats that were meant for towed water sports could only be handled by the best of riders. Mom and Dad would buck up for these incredible machines, but it was only the Groms that could go out there and use them. Not anymore with the innovations in technology. These boats have capacities for every level of riding. With one boat like the G23 Paragon, the premier powerhouse riding machine for the riders of choice in the towed water sports market. Definitely want to thank our friends as well at PCM Marine. PCM's Adjust-A-Flex mounts are designed, built stronger, and more robust, delivering a smooth, vibration-free ride. PCM, of course, partnering up with GM Marine for these power plants. GM Marine is proud to sponsor the Nautique WWA National Championships, but not just a sponsor. Inside every great Nautique towboat is a PCM Marine engine featuring GM Marine's technology. Our technology starts in GM cars and trucks, and we take what's been proven on the pavement and we bring it right out here to the waterways like we're enjoying today. That's how we bring decades of real-world dependability and responsibility to the water. And we're going to help you have a better, longer day out there on the water. Thank you again to our partners there, GM Marine, PCM Marine Engines, of course, the power plant of the Nautique Paragon Series, pulling this competition here this weekend. The time on the wall, 1:06, 6 minutes until our first finals of the wakeboarding afternoon get underway. Molly Dawson's going to kick us off. Harper Glass, Rebecca Calvin, Nicole Calvin, and Kylie Hassett are going to get underway at 1:12. One of those 5 athletes is going to come out of this experience a brand newly anointed 2026 WWA National Champion. Another great partner of ours here on site. You want to make sure you go by and not only check out their equipment on the boat, but you can see it up on the shoreline as well. Roswell, a legendary innovator in wake accessory technologies. The team at Roswell Marine is excited to be with us all here today at the 2026 Nautique Nationals presented by GM Marine. Whether you're purchasing a new Nautique or have an older model looking to make a new statement, Roswell's definitely got you covered. Towers, board racks, biminies to a variety of premium accessories. It's been almost 2 solid decades that everybody in the wakeboarding world has known. When you need extra market parts, when you need to make boating improvements, Roswell, definitely the company you want to go to. And we're glad to have them partnered up with us here in Boca Raton for these WWA National Championships presented by our partners at GM Marine. We are definitely getting towards go time right now. That G23 Paragon doing its simulation pass right now, making sure we've got our judges and boat crew evenly weighted, making sure that the boostability from the port and starboard side are in full effect. And then the only thing left is to return back to the dock, attach a line, and give Molly Dawson her first shot at glory. One of 5 athletes we're going to see here representing female riders, women 14 and above, getting after a national championship right here, right now in Boca Raton. Boy, just look at those waves rolling towards the shoreline. That is a robust endorsement enough of the awesomeness of the G23 Paragon, brought to you by Nautique. The most coveted wake in all the towed water sports business. We've been humming along today on our schedule like a fine singer sewing machine. Got ahead of schedule with our earlier rounds of action, with the wake surfing, foiling, adaptive riding. It's been an epic day already, the second of 5 great days of Toad Board Sport Bliss here, being celebrated at Boca Raton. We can see in the water the green bottom of a wakeboard. Our first athlete is poised and ready for action. Molly Dawson is going to have her first shot to make a statement, trying to convince these judges she's worthy of a national championship. 4 other athletes in this female division, 14 and above, also with that same interest in mind. Let's go, Molly Dawson. Here we go, Molly Dawson. It's time to shine, Molly Dawson. I'm not even there, and I'm pumped for this moment. The line has become taut. It is underway. Our first wakeboarding final here of Thursday. Day 2 of 5 of the WWA Wakeboard National Championships, presented by GM Marine. And she is through the gates. The scoring element of her ride is happening right here, right now. A nice heel side approach, and busting that heel side air, getting right directly behind that boat. The toe side approach, coming back across, considered more challenging. She rides it away like an absolute champ. Full pull right there, Molly Dawson. Oh, my apologies. We still have that end buoy down there. And unfortunately becomes disengaged. But a good effort from Molly Dawson coming out of the gate. So Molly Dawson's going to get picked up, taken down to the far end of that course. Did fall beyond that 3/4 buoy, but kept herself busy. And that's what you want to do to make a solid statement. Show the judges you've got some game, ride with confidence. And the flowetry speaks volumes for your riding. What a convenient little cove for turning around, keeping our waters flat out here. Outstanding venue. Just what you hope for when you got hundreds of Toad Water Sports athletes pursuing national championship dreams. So here we go, pass number 2. Straight down the gate for this athlete right here, Molly Dawson. Heel side 180. Unfortunately, folding a little forward, that rope comes disconnected from her hand. And that is going to do it. Molly Dawson will get picked up, brought back to the dock. And that's going to give us our next athlete poised, ready for action. Harper Glass, division females 14 and up, going to make a statement for her right to be declared a women's 14 and above national champion. I like it. We've got some Groms on the shoreline with a skimboard, keeping it real. Meanwhile, the next athlete coming at you right now, Harper Glass. The second of 5 athletes here in the division. This finals, females 14 and above. All right, we're passing the microphone from Molly Dawson. Handle in the hand for this athlete. Second athlete off the dock in this division, Harper Glass. She'll be making her impressions with our judging panel. She's up riding right now in this 5-member finals. Look at this, switching things around, back and forth, surface 180s, toe side across. Gonna get a little of that heel side action right here. Yes, ma'am, a huge 2-wake air. Shipping it now, coming in switch stance for the nice single wake 180, but unfortunately goes down deep, and her pass was looking good. Harper Glass, pass number 1, will get the pickup. And she'll tee up for pass number 2 here momentarily. Also want to take this moment right now, ladies and gentlemen. We've got some great partners here on site. Sure, if you're in the market for a Paragon, we've got plenty of those up on the shoreline. But maybe you need something as simple as replacement lenses for your current sunglasses. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Just because your lenses are scratched does not mean that the frames aren't still viable. Fuse lenses. Stop throwing away your scratched sunglasses. Save your favorite brand name shades with Fuse lenses. Polarized, prescription, and even color-enhancing replacement lenses are available and are all cut right here in the U.S. of A. Fuse Lenses, another great partner of ours here at the WWA Wakeboard National Championships, presented by GM Marine. All right, Harper Glass with a strong run one under her belt. That huge hillside air, landing beyond that secondary wake, showing her commitment. Once and again from the hillside. Grab there as she went big again, clearing that second wake. Two wake air coming in on that toe side. Whoa, hold on. Oh, unfortunately. Toe side wake, intending it to be a 180, looked like a 90. She almost powered herself out of it, but unfortunately, that hillside air to launch her into pass number 2. That'll be the highlight of the moment. Great stuff right there from Harper Glass, the second of 5 athletes here in the finals, women's 14 and above at the Wakeboarding National Championships here in Boca Raton. This is going to bring us to the midway of this first wakeboarding finals heat. A couple of Calvins coming at you. Rebecca Calvin's going to have her first shot at it. Right behind her, Nicole Calvin. And the final athlete to come off the dock in this division, Kylie Hassett. That will round out our field. 2 have gone, 3 still to come. And Rebecca Calvin is gripping that handle right now and about to make her statement for the legitimacy of a national championship to travel home with this particular Calvin right here. Am I seeing double? I sure am. The Calvin sisters side by side on that dock getting ready to go. The line is becoming tight. Here we go with our third athlete, Rebecca Calvin. The show floor is yours. Oh, that GM power plant. PCM power getting that Paragon up to speed. Look at that stylish 2-wake air. Boating out the front leg, grabbing the tail with the backhand. And now look, an aggressive, oh my goodness, an aggressive toe side edge, boosting up so high. She had plenty of time to pinch her nose for the impending impact. Rebecca Calvin, this athlete has come to play. Boosting 2 big airs. That heel side tail grab nose bone being dag nasty. Her sister Nicole watching from the dock. Still to come after that, Kylie Hassett. And unfortunately, that fall coming beyond the 3/4 buoy. It looks like it's going to be pass number 2 for the spotlight to shine on Rebecca Calvin midway through this opening final heat for women 14 and above. goodness! A humongous heel side edge with massive levels of commitment shown by Rebecca Calvin. Unfortunately, you saw her arm come straight. The impact was massive. And that Paragon G23 is going to continue on at its speed. Rebecca having significantly decelerated. She'll get on the back of that P-Dub and get the ride back to the dock, while her sister Nicole Calvin is poised and ready for action. The 4th out of 5th athletes here in our first wakeboard finals of the day. So we saw Rebecca Calvin, definitely impressive. All of her efforts out there showing absolute commitment, driving towards that wake, edging like a champ, and boosting big. Let's see if that's a family trait. Nicole Calvin, the 4th of 5, coming off of the dock. That line has become tight. And here we go. Nicole Calvin underway to make her statement with the judges on just why she should wear the strap at the end of the day, why she should have that national championship title around her belt. Oh, look at that. Unfortunately, I was going to say the Calvin sisters both all about boosting huge. That gigantic wake behind that Paragon G23, giving them all they could handle. Another nice initiation with that nose bone tail grab. Unfortunately, the pounding of the landing had that handle betrayer. Nicole Calvin will get picked back up, and we'll have plenty of real estate to make a strong impression here with our judges. What's she want? A toe side boost. Front side front roll, get up. Oh, unfortunately, our first invert of this heat right there. Toe side approach, front side front roll. A trip flip, but unfortunately the handle done skipped away. And that PWC hustling to go collect the second Calvin of the afternoon. Nicole Calvin going to be coming back to the dock as we prepare for our next and final rider here in our 4-member finals, women's 14 and above. Kylie Hassett. She's next here in Boca. We are underway. 4 athletes have come and gone and given their best. This one here has the opportunity to still make that impression. Kylie has it, ladies and gentlemen. And she has come to play. Look at that aggressive cut. And a successful negotiation. The tantrum, another trip flip, switching things around. Coming in, switch stance, a big old half cab air. Kylie has it now. Her third move. Hillside back roll. A little bit of a touchdown. But she says, wow, I'm lucky, but I am good to go. That humongous wake behind that Paragon, making moves like that. Oh, so easy. But it's also easy to overboost it. But in this case, Kylie has it, riding strong, a great first pass. All right, Kylie has it. You saw that red buoy go by in the background. She is live with a nice switch stance, wake to wake hillside air. What is she setting up for here? She's taking a moment to make sure she's precise. This is going to be awesome. Kylie Hassett, a big 360, but unfortunately loses that handle, and that G23 Paragon is going to continue back towards the dock as she just, by the narrowest of margins, went past that three-quarter buoy. However, I've got to say, Kylie Hassett, boosting huge, gave the judges a lot to look at. Kylie Hassett has to feel good about the performance here today in Boca Raton. This next heat assuredly is going to be a hammer fest. Another 5 athletes poised, ready for action. This case, however, is only a semifinal. Junior men 14 to 18 years old. Charlie Cole, Bowen Glass, Alex Hudkins, Langdon Waltemeyer, and Tucker Zimmerman, all hoping to execute to the best of their ability, all hoping their performance today earns them an invite back to the finals in their division. What's up, Guy? What's up, Guy? Charlie Cole, ladies and gentlemen. Out here doing some shredding and some slashing, but he has gone past that buoy. It all counts from here. 5 athletes in this dang semifinals. Up over the top, front row with the buck 80. A scarecrow to start things out. Backside 180, strike that backside 360. With a massive delay. Stylish indeed. Up over the top. Indy toe side back roll, casing the wake. Having his own knees yelling at him for not clearing, but still up and riding. And it looked like he might have gotten the front of that board on that heel side grab 540. But if he grabbed the board, unfortunately the same could be said. The handle evaded him. Taking a look at the 5 athletes here in our junior men's wakeboard semifinals. Earlier, you see second off the dock, Bowen Glass. His sister rode earlier. Alex Hudkins, the midway rider. Langdon Waltemeyer, he'll come at you fourth. And the guy that gets to sit back and watch, absorb, and then apply what he needs to do to get a transfer spot, Tucker Zimmerman, will be last off the dock here in the semifinal for junior men 14 to 18 years old. All right, this young man looked strong throughout that first pass, and a great integration of moves. You saw some flips. You saw an attempt at a solid big 540. That's what the judges want to see. Variety is the spice of life. A nice grab. Dare I say a melon grab to backside 180. Now coming in. Switch. Half cab roll. Hold on. Hold on. He does it indeed. Still up and at it right now. Charlie Cole. A nice Indy heel side back roll. This puts the pressure on the riders still to come. And there's a board grab 540. This time, however, executed initiating from a toe side edge. Stand up second pass. He got his job done. Charlie Cole will now sit back and watch these next four rippers drop their bombs like Galileo drops the orange in an effort to get advancement spots in to our junior men's final, 14 to 18 years old. All right, so we're coming at you now with Alex Hudkins. Alex Hudkins, the midway athlete here. Junior men, 14 to 18 years old. All right, look at this cat starting out immediatamente. On course now, Bowen Glass. Yeah, I did get one athlete ahead of us. Bowen Glass here, ladies and gentlemen. Our second athlete, backside 180. He might have been thinking 540. He might have just overgunned the 360. But Bowen is still riding. A little rolling up on the window. With that half cab air, what's his heel side approach got? A nice tantrum. Unfortunately, the impact, the pulling forward, has stopped Bowen Glass in his tracks. Definitely like the way he came off the dock. Was firing away. All right, here he is, Bowen Glass, coming back down now for pass number 2. What you got for us right now? Bowen Glass, the second of 5 athletes here in our junior men's semifinal action. Toe side in, front side, front roll. Unfortunately, depart a little early. Hits that second wake. And that slap is going to wrap it up. Bowen Glass. Moments of brilliance in pass number 1. And hopefully got enough done to get the invite back to this junior men's finals later in the weekend here at the WWA Wakeboard National Championships presented by GM Marine. So coming up to you now, it's the third athlete out of 5 here in this division. What up, Alex Hudkins? Alex Hudkins has his moment ahead of him right now. The third of 5 members of this semifinal field. Charlie Cole had an incredible second pass. Kept busy in his first pass, giving the judges the most to score upon. Moments of brilliance by Bowen Glass. But it's now time for this athlete to shine. Alex Hudkins coming at you. The third of 5 semifinalists. And what's he getting the attention of the judges with? A huge heel side tantrum. It's always good to boost first. Toe side approach, up, over the top. My goodness. To the flats with that scarecrow front roll, buck 80 in rotation. Backside, stylishly passing that handle. 360 behind his knees. And here comes hit number 4. Oh, a 540, but that nose got low. It was spinning beyond the 5, looking almost 7-ish. But down goes Frazier. Down goes Alex Hudkins. Some great movage, though, leading him in to a pickup and pass number 2. All right, as we're waiting for the boat to pick up and now bring back Alex Hudkins, we all know how important great audio is when you're out on the water. We got some great partners here in JL Audio who's collaborated with Garmin. Garmin has developed some of the most innovative marine products in the world, and now with their partnership with JL Audio, being part of the Garmin family, onboard entertainment has been elevated. To ensure the soundtrack never stops, we conduct vigorous environmental testing on all the marine audio products to make sure it's providing you the fabulous sound when you're out getting your shred on. JB, strike that JL Audio in their partnership with Garmin. Great partners of ours for these WWA Wakeboard National Championships presented by GM Marine. All right, Alex Hudkins is being picked back up. We've got about 30 seconds till he starts letting it fire on pass number 2. For those who were out here earlier, we had some great divisions contested here earlier today. Wake surfing, foiling, adaptive shredding. And for those checking out the surfing, boy, was Phase 5 prominent under the feet of many of our great athletes right here. Phase 5 remains core to its roots, built on family passion and a drive to continue doing what we do best. Wake surf. Make some of the most legitimate gear in the business. Phase 5, another great partners. You should check them out in our Festival Village area. As we see now, pass number 2 is afoot for Alex Hudkins. Uh-oh! Get your eyes on the water. This cat's all wrapped up with only one place to go, and that's towards that massive Paragon Wake at about 23 miles an hour. This is going to be a moment of feast or famine, and let's hope the eating is great. Wrapped KGB! A wheelie coming out, but he got it done. A great way to start. Pass number 2. Toe side 540. Landing tail heavy, but just because he's so high up. Feeling it from that hillside. Let's see if he switches around one more time. What is he dropping here? Just a little straight air wake to wake. You can see from his expression that was not on the docket. But still, solid performances right there from our third athlete, Alex Hudkins, looking strong here in the semifinals. Here we go, another athlete up. This time, Landon Waltemeyer is about to get some in his quest to be named a national champion of the junior men's variety. Big tail grab, and my goodness, that Paragon wake just doesn't throw you side to side, it jettisons you on up. That boost, oh my goodness, advertisement enough that we all want to get behind one of those G23 Paragons. Send him skyward. Fortunately, the fall came early, and he'll have plenty of territory left to put some scoring elements together for pass number 1. Again, to do well, to advance, you got to show your goods to the judges. You got to show how comprehensive you are. Can you spin? Can you flip? Can you ride with style? And can you make it look clean, smooth, and well-intended? Them's the assets that get you invited back to the big show, the finals. And we've got 5 athletes here in these junior men's semis, all aspiring for that chance to ride one more time here in Boca Raton with the championship on the line. As we're turning around, Landon Waltemeyer on the dock, getting ready to do his thing. Tucker Zimmerman, the final junior men rider here in this semifinal. After that, we're getting in to back-to-back finals. Girls 10 to 13 wakeboard finals, and boys beginner under 13. About to have their Hammerfest. From there, the next final we get into, it's going to be the junior boys 9 and under. Women's wake skate, and wrapping it up, men's wake skate. And we've got one athlete coming to you in the pro wake skate division, and he just happens to be arguably the best of all time. Brian Grubb will wrap up day number 2 of 5 in the pro wake skate final. A big boosted air with a $180 rotation thrown in there. Here comes the half cab. A nice half cab grab. And then doing the 180 once again. A tail grab, boating out that front leg, giving the judges a lot to score. That is a solid move. Look how slow and methodical, dare I say pragmatic, on that toe side back roll. A 360, but darn it, that handle had other intentions. And that's going to wrap it up for Landon Waltemeyer, giving us one athlete left here in the junior men's semifinals. So is this a moment that Tucker Zimmerman embraces? Some dig it, some don't. Getting to watch the other athletes go ahead. Some riders prefer to ride early to heat, apply the pressure with a great boombastic pass. Others like to see what was out there, and they can compose a run on the fly to make them the class of the field. Tucker Zimmerman Rider 5 in this righteous junior men's semifinal. Day 2 of 5 of Wakeboard Wakesurf Championships down here in the Southeast Florida region. Boca Raton, the home to the WWA Wakeboard National Championships presented by GM Marine. All right, so here he comes. Tucker Zimmerman, serious about his business. Nice grabbing with that backhand in between his heels. Stylish down. Look at that. Front side front roll. And he went so big you could see him stretch out his body trying to slow that rotation down. Tucker Zimmerman. Solid move early. But that front side front roll got a little bit too much on the nitrous, got too much on the turbo. Boosted it big, but unfortunately is not going the speed he'd choose to on pass number 1. Throwing that tantrum there at the tail end of pass number 1. A solid way to wrap up that pass for Tucker Zimmerman. In the interim, we're taking a look now at the start list for the next final coming up. Girls 13 to 10. Gabriella, Millian, Bella Carter, Finley Gorman, and Maddie Wither. 4 athletes, only 1 championship to give out. What you got for us here, Tucker? Look at the size of that 360. Got a little hand interaction with that rail on the spin around, switching things up. And a nice switch stance 360. Great looking stuff, great variety. It is the spice of life. A nice grab, backhand between the heels on that back roll. Great job, Tucker Zimmerman, making the most of that pass number 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having a little pause for the cause. We're going to be switching up the ballast right now, going from the junior men's division to females 10 to 13. We'll take a break. We'll be back with more right here at Boca Raton, the second of 5 great days of towed water sports action at these Nautique WWA Wakeboard National Championships presented by GM Marine. All right, we would like to encourage all of our girls 10 to 13 to make their way down towards the dock. Gabriella Millian, Bella Carter, Finley Gorham, and Maddie Wither. We're also hoping Everett Heslep, Tripp Featheringill, as well as Sloan Smith will also start congregating down by our starting dock area. Giggity. All right, we are underway with our next finals. The future rippers of pro riding are getting into it right now. Gabriella Millian, the first athlete, girls 10 to 13, and our 5-member finals. Dare I say a little roast beef between the heels with that backhand. Wanting a little more of that heel side action. Going for that tantrum. She got that tantrum. A nice straight air to start, an invert, and look at the size of that big 180. That athlete has a lot to be smiling about indeed. Coming in for a half cab, one wake air, Gabriella Millian pumping that fist. These athletes have been home training for this very moment. Nobody plans on the fall. Nobody feels good about it. But that is one of our first stand-up passes, number 1. And that athlete looked like she went out there and executed everything she set out to do here today and pursuing a national championship dream. Bella Carter, our next athlete, poised and ready for action. Finley Gorham and Maddie Wither still to come. And they're going to be feeling the heat from Gabriella Millian. That was a fantastic opening pass. What a savvy veteran competitor move, starting early in pass number 2. Once again, heel side roast beef grab, backhand, heel side edge grab. Going between the knees, surf, slash, charge. And she's going to come out here. What has she got for us? Toe side 1-8, strike that toe side back roll. But unfortunately, gets a wee little bit hung up. And it's just past where the pickup would have been possible. Great stuff. Gabriella Millian getting us started like a champion. In our 4-member girls finals, ages 10 to 13. Here we go. Great action from our first athlete right there, putting on the pressure, Gabriella Millian. But this is now going to be Bella Carter. Let's see what kind of heat this young athlete is bringing to the table. Love it. Love it when the athletes get started right out of the gate. Getting a feel for that massive wake behind that G23 Paragon. Toe side 2 wake air. A nice 2 wake 180 now coming in the switch stance position. Do we have a half cab? We sure do. 2 wake style. This athlete keeping super busy. That's the way to get it done. A wee little bit of a junior back scratcher. Bella Carter, a stand-up pass number 1. We got ourselves a ball game here. 2 athletes deep. And our 4-member finals, girls 10-13. So let's see what we have here. By my count, 5 maneuvers executed from Bella Carter. And that Nautique G23 Paragon is going to make a right-hand turn. That PCM power plant at speed already. And a nice toe side 2 wake air to get into pass number 2. Switch stance, toe side 2 wake air with a 180 in between. Toe side approach, 2 wake air from the toe side. She's now gonna let it rip from the heel side. 360, a 360. Handle pass, the first one of those we've seen today. Oh, left early on that toe side back roll. But my goodness, she can hear you. Bella Carter shredding here in Boca. All right, you got that on-deck circle filled with another athlete. In this case, Finley Gorham. 2 athletes have had phenomenal passes before her. This has definitely been a hotly contested heat. Girls 10-13 as they're battling for a national 2026 wakeboard championship. And we've got now the 3rd athlete out of 4. 10-13 is the division. Female is the genre. And the athlete, Finley Gorham, about to get after her effort to try to secure a national championship. Wasting no time grabbing that front rail indie style. 2 wake heel side air to get us underway. A nice indie grab again, a little nose bone. Tough straight air to do. Toe side 2 wake air. Look at the height on that heel side back roll. Going up higher than she did further, which is very impressive. Front side front roll. This kid has her A game in full effect. And here is move number 5. A nice tail grab to wrap up pass number 1. Finley Gorham and her fan base constituents have a lot to be pumped about right now. Finley. Finley having an exceptional pass, number one. Athlete showing she put in the time. She put in the training. She put together a game day plan, and she is executing it quite well. Toe side indie grab to wake with a 180 rotation dead in the middle. Heel side approach. Look at the boost she is able to get. That's how you edge. Edge strongest. As you're departing from the wake, Finley Gorham over the top. Oh, my goodness. Did that scarecrow frontside front roll with a 180. And that knee folding upon landing as the air was huge behind that Paragon. Finley Gorham, though, ladies and gentlemen, a sweet mother of pearl. That was some awesome riding from that young ripper. My goodness. Everybody in this heat has given the judges reason to consider their riding awesome. And that last run right there, Finley Gorham all across the board. Straight airs, rotationals, inverts. Exceptionally strong riding from Finley Gorham. Maddie Wither has had the chance to check everybody else riding. Let's see what kind of composition she has, what kind of composure she has. Strong edge, roast beef grab, backhand in between the back rail, between the heels. Oh my goodness! An unintended backside 180 on that front side approach. That Paragon wake just launched that athlete skyward. Was trying to do everything in her power to slow down everything that was going on concurrently. You got this thing, Maddie Wither. You got this thing. Get back on that handle, ride strong, and let's show Boca Raton what you got. Last rider, females, 10 to 13. This is their national championship finals. The final rider of this heat out there doing her thing right now. Maddie Wither to get picked back up. Great stuff right there. Getting a grab 180 done. Everett Helslip is on the dock, getting ready to go next. He'll be getting us underway. Boys beginner 13 and under. But still, one more pass for this finals division. Girls 10 to 13. Gabriella Millian got us started with some great riding. Bella Carter turned up the heat as well. Finley Gorham throwing hammers out there on the lake. And right now, Maddie Wither wanting to give reason for the judges to anoint her the new 10 to 13-year-old girls national champion. But it's going to take a solid second pass to earn that accolade. Oh, that was huge! A tantrum to start out. Run number 2, showing the judges she's got confidence. Toe side front roll. Again, over 2 wakes. What has she got here? Oh, the fashion air with the hi-ya-ya backhand. This athlete is feeling it. Oh my gosh! What? What? Going for the double. Ladies and gentlemen, based upon the effort alone, make some noise for Maddie Wither! An athlete in the division 10 to 13 just made a robust effort at a toe side double back roll. Wakeboarding is alive and kicking, and the future looks strong when it's in the hands of these great young athletes. Maddie Wither, love the go for it, kid. That's going to wrap up females 10 to 13. Definitely when that athlete gets to the dock, give her her props, give her her flowers. The fact that that athlete at a critical moment went for a move like that, mom and dad, you got a solid one there. Coming up next, boys beginner division, 13 and under. And we've got 3 combatants getting ready to lock it up. Everett Helslep, Trip Featheringill, and wrapping us up is going to be Sloan Smith. The final of 3 riders and our boys beginner class, 13 and under, finals here in Boca.
I live life on the edge. That means accidents happen. Things break. Including my brand name sunglasses. But thanks to Fuse lenses, I don't have to worry about that. Fuse helps me replace my lenses for less with high quality, guaranteed to fit lenses. Now if they only had a website for a fractured ankle. Fuse lenses. Break a lens. We've got you covered.
For over 50 years, we've been more than just a manufacturer. We've been part of the journey, a journey driven by a passion for adventure and an uncompromising commitment to excellence. And now, we continue to push forward, refining, evolving, and redefining what performance means on the water. A legacy elevated, a standard exceeded, a continued commitment to innovation, precision, and power. Welcome to the future of performance. Welcome to the power behind the passion. PCM Marine Engines, performance that moves you.
And just like that, we are underway. This is our boys beginner class 13 and under. And a big boosting air right there, Everett Heslip. He's getting us started. We've got 3 athletes all vying for the crown. Look at this cat. Aiden launching big with that half cab air. With a grab in it. Look at this guy, roast beef in it. Grab it between his toes, a Surfic 180. Back to naturally toe side approach to this wake. Look at that lean. Look at that lean. That was a huge air for that young ripper, Everett Heslip. A strong start, losing the handle late in pass number 1. All right. Everett Heslop has been picked back up. And he'll now have his shot for the rest of pass number 2, still lying ahead. All right, Aiden Heslop now, ladies and gentlemen. That G is just making that right-hand turn. He is up and underway immediately. The methodology, front rail, front hand with that grab. Coming in now with the switch position. Another grab, similar position for that half cab method 180. Look at this guy, roast beefing it for days. And now, fourth move of the second pass. Get up, come on, Everett. Oh, unfortunately, the fifth maneuver, he gets slack in that line and loses the handle. But Everett Heslop, an awesome way to get a start here. And our boys beginner 13 and under finals at these Nautique WWA Wakeboard National Championships presented by GM Marine. So Everett Heslop did what the first athlete's supposed to do in any heat. Rode strong, applied some pressure. And let's see now what Trip Featheringgill has to offer, as he is the next combatant up out of the three here. And our boys 13 and under beginner finals in the on-deck circle. We have 5 athletes that are going to be in our junior boys 9 and under wakeboard finals until we take off the bindings and have 3 rounds of wake skate action to wrap up our day number 2 here in Boca Raton, Florida. As here comes Trip Featheringgill. Look at this dude. Booyah with that indie grab, boosting it huge. Showing the judges in the boat he's got confidence in his riding. A little rolling down to that back window on that toe side 2-wake air. The most challenging 2-wake straight air in the biznatch. Now going up. Oh my goodness! Turbo mouse trapping right there. Trip Featheringgill catching that front edge just on that secondary wake. And that'll bring you to a stop awfully fast. Here we go. Trip Featherington, ladies and gentlemen, our second of three athletes pursuing championship goals and dreams. Boys 13 and under, beginner style. Oh! Not what we wanted to see happen there. Not nobody, not no how, not no way, bad grammar intended. Unfortunately, that's going to wrap it up for Trip Featherington. Strong performance in pass number one. And we've got one more coming at you. Sloan Smith. He's going to round out dudes 13 and under of the beginner variety in this three members final heat. What's happening, Sloan Smith? What a moment for this young athlete right here. The last to put a grasp towards a national championship in this boys beginner 13 and under division. Sloan Smith about to make his own luck right here, right now. So here we go. Sloan Smith, look at that edge. Oh, when one grab's not enough, you better make it two. Nice toe side going between the mosquito grab there, ladies and gentlemen. Hand facing the different direction from the roast beef. A nice half cab 180 air right there. Can he bring it back on in? Nice, another. That could have been a half cab Indy that way because this is his natural right foot forward. Method grab. Dang. Sloan Smith. Hammerfest here in Boca. All right, hopefully Sloan's people are up on the beach attentively watching this next pass number two. Not going to lie to you, the dude looked strong in that first pass. Dude looked good in that first pass. I'd love to see this young man have another sensational effort. Getting some from that heel side. Little heel side back rail grab. Coming in. Toe side. Oh, get up. Oh, man. Took a deceleration to the forehead right there. Sloan Smith with flawless execution after pass number one. The G will turn back around, pick him up, and give him the rest of pass number two. Great riding being shown from Sloan Smith. Our guy is back up right now. Sloan Smith. Mosquito grabbing it between his heels. Backhand style. Doing it again. Oh my goodness. This kid has taken 2 solid shots interspersed with some great riding. Sloan Smith is going to have to sit back and just find out how this thing got scored. A great battle there from all 3 athletes. Boys beginner 13 and under. We got some more guys coming to you right now. Junior Boards Division 9 and under. 5 contestants all on that dock or in the general area right now with aspirations and dreams of a national championship of the wakeboarding variety sitting within grasp right now. The first ripper getting ready to do his thing. Nick Wither. We had seen Sister Maddie a little earlier in the girls 10 to 13 division. Strong rider. We'll find out if it's a brother or sister shredding team combo. Nick Wither getting us started. And our junior boys 9 and under category. I love these divisions when both the board is bigger than the athletes, and in this case, that G-Wake just about as tall. There we go, toe side wake. Boom, done, in. Look at this now, using all his body weight to get outside. Heel side approach, showing comprehension from both sides of the wake. What does Nick have for us now? Another boosted toe side air. Heel side, bring that heat, Nick. And he certainly is warming things up. He wants one more from that heel side. Can he get there? He'll stay sufficient with a stand-up first pass. Way to get it done, Nick Wither. First dude, 9 and under boys of the junior variety. All right, cruising through those rollers right there. On the dock right now, Colt Scott getting ready to go. Right behind him, Caden Carter, Cannon Gorham, and Samuel Bailey. Gonna wrap up this division. Then we get into a little wake skate action. We've got a women's wake skate final, a men's wake skate final, and then an exhibition of Brian Grubb, conceivably the greatest wake skater of all time. He'll be going out, wrapping up day number 2 in Boca Raton. Nick Wither keeping busy. Nice boning that out. One wake air from the toe side style. Look at him this time. Going outside the wake, busting in air, back inside on the toe side edge. The dude is moving all around. He's on the table. He's to the heel side. He's to the toe side. Giving the judges a lot to look at. Booyah! We're in South Florida. You might as well shred that lip. A nice snap off the top from Nick Wither, our first of 5 athletes, junior boys 9 and under. This is their finals. What up, Colt? What up, G? Colt Scott, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready to go out there and have his spotlight moment at these WWA National Championships Wakeboard Variety Junior Dudes 9 and under, the second of 5 combatants. Look at the diminutive size. I mean, my goodness. Colt Scott. Let's see what kind of game he's bringing to Boca Raton today. Has that pre-competition training regimen paid off? He's certainly cutting out like he's got that confidence. Sends it flying. A little communication to the boat with what he wants. Colt Scott now, toe side approach. Fashion air, toe side, putting that backhand behind his ear. What's he coming in with here? Look at the size of that, and my goodness, accelerating. That was a double jump. Hit the one wake, and then coming back outside, hit another jump. Toe side air coming in. Colt Scott, I almost need to be an auctioneer. The kid's keeping so busy out there. All right, Colt Scott, a great opening run in the on-deck circle. Caden Carter behind him, Cannon Gorham, and Samuel Bailey gonna be the 5th and final dude of this junior men's 9 and under Shred Fest. Look at this cat now. Surf his 180s for days. Telling him, I need a little more speed. I need a little more speed. I'm about to take this thing skyward. Look at this dude. Dynamic riding from Colt Scott. Fashion air. But with a splashdown, hopefully it was not beyond. Well, it looks like, in fact, the G is going to continue on. Love that effort, Colt Scott. Great riding in this junior men's 9 and under divisional finals, which now puts Caden Carter in the hot seat. Caden Carter. Caden Carter. Caden Carter, ladies and gentlemen, the next one, the dude directly in the middle of this 5 members heat. One of these 5s is going to be declared the new junior boys 9 and under national champion. Could it be this dude right here? We're going to find out now. Caden Carter, in his quest for glory here in Florida. My goodness. Wake surfers hope to have hip-high waves. In this case, Caden Carter, he's got one that is almost up to his navel. Going back and forth. He's got that flowetry going from side to side. The judges love to see that. Riding with confidence. Smooth, no bobbles, no hands touches down. And a nice little air, bringing the board up to him as he boosted the final move of pass number 1. All right, Caden Carter. You got Cannon Gorham on the dock, keeping an eye on the competition. Look at that. Got a little lippage slide going in. Coming now, he's going to go between the table, between the wakes. Surface 180. Will he go back? Look at him doing a nice lip slide, going outside, boosting some air. Toe side approach to that wake. Oh, try to get that toe side 180. But success evades him. Great stuff nonetheless. 3rd out of 5 riders, Caden Carter. We got our next athlete in the water. Cannon Gorham. With a name like Cannon, he's going to get out there and fire away and see if he can send some ordnance that brings him home a national championship. Samuel Bailey in the on-deck circle, getting ready for his shot next. The fifth and final rider that'll come after Cannon Gorham, who's getting his shot right about now. Junior boys 9 and under. The fourth out of 5. There you go. Surface 180. Smooth. Is he going to go to the backside? Yes, he is. Showing his surface repertoire. That's French for repertoire. As he's now done some great surface slides. Showing his ability to pass that handle behind his back. Getting into a roller pattern. And he's going to give that wake a little bit of a crack from the toe side. Got directly behind the boat. Air coming outside. And one last heel side approach. Big air right there. I like what I'm seeing from this young man, Cannon Gorham. Definitely sending cannonballs at the opponents. Great first pull of the two he'll get in this junior men's junior boys 9 and under final. So here comes Cannon Gorham. He is turned to the right and is on course. Toe side air, 180. He is totally eclipsed behind that huge G wake. The tail being kicked up. Heel side, 2 wake air. Can't see him again. Oh, the element of surprise. He is still up and riding. Connor Gorman, booyah! Heel side wake. Nice size air. He wants it again one more time. Heel side air, 180 degrees. This kid's got some game. How is he going to wrap it up this time? Coming in, switch. A switch, 180. Half cap from the toe side, and he goes down. But please do make some noise for Cannon Gorham. Cannon, if you could hear me, that was most righteous and very enjoyable to watch. What's up, Samuel Bailey? Samuel Bailey has watched the rest, and he'll put his to the test. Our final athlete here, the junior boys at 9 and under division. One rider left until we strip the boards of the bindings and get into 3 rounds of hot wake skate action. 3 women in the women's wake skate, 3 men in the men's wake skate. And in the pro skate division, Brian Grubb gonna put on a demo of the contemporary state of wake skating excellence. What's happening? Look at this. We are underway with this kid boosting huge airs. Samuel Bailey showing no fear of that G's wake. Liking what I was seeing there from Samuel Bailey. Like a dude who commits to that edge, who wants to boost things big. Look at this guy, huge two-wake air. Again, he's got his one fall in the rearview mirror. That's a showing of confidence, and he's boosting big out there. Telling these judges, not scared, I got that game. Samuel Bailey about to get turned back around and brought on course for pass 2. You're seeing the start list. We're going to take a little pause for the cause after this. Eloise Bailey, Braden Strand, and Marguerite Bailey. Boy, this is like a Bailey fest right now. We got a Bailey on the water, 2 out of 3 to come up next. What a family of shredders. Love to see that. Love to see. What a family sport the world of Toad Sports offer. There is no better social cabin than that. Say of something like this, a G from Nautique, bringing the family playing together, and Samuel Bailey showing the skill set he's got. Indy hillside 2-wake air, a nice 1-wake air from the toe side. He wants to give you a little something with some more hi-ya-ya. Nice grabbing towards the tail end of his board. I'm not sure if it was the heel edge or the tail itself. Up, toe side, 2-wake air with a 180 thrown right there in the middle. This kid is shredding. Oh, a reverse twister. And unfortunately, that's going to be all she wrote. But let him hear you, Samuel Bailey crushing his ride. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to bring us not just to an end of the junior boys 9 and under finals right now. We are going to be doing a pause for the cause. We're going with boards with no bindings next. We have 3 divisions of wake skate, female wake skate, male wake skate, and then Brian Grubb is going to put on a pro men's wake skate demo right here at Boca Raton, the second of 5 days of these Nautique WWA Wakeboard National Championships presented by GM Marine. We'll be back, but until then, here's a few words from our partners and sponsors. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the awards are going on immediately after the conclusion of the Wake Skate Final Pro Men Variety. After Brian Grubb gets out there and gets his ride on, join us up here at the pavilion at the amphitheater. But we are underway. Eloise Bailey, her brother got done his junior boys 9 and under. Look at this, going for that 360. Eloise Bailey. That looked solid, but unfortunately, the handle betrayed her. Got to get a shout out to all of our great riders here today. Your top-notch shredding has kept us ahead of the schedule. That's what you hope to see anytime you're at a championship-level event, and we're certainly getting that performance out of our athletes here today. What you got for us, Eloise Bailey? We're looking forward to you coming back in, getting that handle, and showing us what brought you here to these national championships, in this case, the Women's Wake Skate Division. This is our 3-member final. Communicating to the boat, give me some more pepper, speed this John on up. And she is just going to stay behind that G, get that turnaround, and let pass number 2 speak volumes of what she brought here to these national championships today. Anthony Monaco, a card-carrying member of the Nautique family. Good to see him out here, a legend. Oh no, going for that 3 again. Eloise Bailey. Almost was able to redeem it, almost was able to reclaim it. That's some great boat driving going on right there. Whoever's behind that helm, making sure that Eloise gets as much of the course as possible to show off her set of skills on that wake skate. My goodness, I was hoping third time would be the charm. Unfortunately, it was continuing to be the harm. Eloise Bailey, her run is complete. We're now going to go up to the dock area. Braden Sternad is going to be the next athlete coming to us out of the three contesting for a national championship in the women's wake skate division. All right, Braden Sternad is in the water, getting ready to do her thing. The center athlete of three, vying for a national women's wake skate championship. And away she goes. Braden Sternad is the next athlete here in Florida to have the opportunity to put a title around her waist. But it's all how she uses passes number 1 and 2. You see her doing some light olliage out in the flats. Coming back in, surf bounce off. Oh no! Surface 180 to a back foot step off. I am 100% sure that was not on the game plan. But she's got plenty of territory left to grab redemption and show the judges just what she's got. All right, up and at 'em one more time. Let's see it, Braden. Braden Sternad has some territory left in pass number 1 to put those wake skate skills on display. Oh no, going for that backside 180 out on that toe side edge. And unfortunately sinking that lead rail. And those dead stops are no good in the world of our towed water sports here. Whoa! Going through the wake field and survives the mogul field. All right, Braden Sternad is going to be coming back down. That 90-degree right turn has been made. Braden is on course. And we want to see wicked awesomeness from this athlete right here. Doing some front side olliage. There's a nice ollie 180 to surface 180 back on out. Let's see, is she going to revisit that backside 180 attempt? It looks like she's eyeing up something there. What has she got? What has she got? Let's see her do it. Oh, going this side, front side 180. But unfortunately, found deceleration occurring in her world. That's going to wrap it up for Braden Sternad. That's going to bring us to the final athlete in this women's wake skate final. This will bring us to Marguerite Bailey, the last one to grasp that brass ring that leads to a national championship. All right, we've got our third Bailey we've seen in the last 17 minutes, which is awesome. Marguerite Bailey, final rider, women's wake skate. Let's see if this athlete can do what it takes to win herself a national title. Marguerite Bailey, there's that surface 360. A nice 180 back, another 180 on the surface. This time a backside 180, a surface 180. This is the type of riding that gets you named a national champion. Spinning like a DJ, 720 successive degrees. Backside spinning variety. Going through a mogul field. My goodness, she's got that smile on her face like it was a form of income. That is fabulous. This young lady is absolutely owning this moment. Go again, backside 5. Marguerite Bailey. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to moderate my stoke, but that just gets an athlete stoked watching somebody else go out there and rip it like that. Great performance from Marguerite Bailey. Reminder again, ladies and gentlemen, up at the Pavilion Amphitheater, the awards are going to go on for all of our finals contested here today. Come one, come all, join us as we celebrate some brand new national champions. It'll be at the amphitheater, adjacent to where you'll find the registration tables. So Marguerite Bailey, oh no! spinning to win. Gets to the backside, catches that heel side edge. And there was rapid deceleration in her program. But pass number one, well, you know, was pretty awesome. We are back up underway with this wake skate shredder extraordinaire, Marguerite Bailey. She's got that surface spinning game on lock. Oh, strike that toe side air. Going for it, she can hear you. Make that noise for Marguerite Bailey and all of our competitors in the women's wake skate finals. We are now moving in to not just the men's wake skate division, but here is the third member of this family, Harrison Glass. We saw his younger brother and sister ride in earlier divisions, and he's already doing some funky, fresh, one-footed maneuvers. Stylish, unique. A little ollie air right there. Let's see if he takes things skywards in a moment or stays surface spinning style. A nice 180 for that heel side approach. A nice 180 going up in between the wakes, going out to the other side. Doing it again. This time instead, it is just a switch heel side. One wave air. 360, surface 360, and throwing up the shakas right there. Harrison Glass is pumped. His game plan came to fruition. In the on-deck circle, you got Jake Parrish, Bowen Glass, which will now push us to the family with the most representation here on Thursday. This is the fourth member of the tribe. Bowen Glass, your number one seed here in the men's wake skate final. Love to see an athlete that pumped, because you know that brings out the best in him. He's got the confidence. He's got his mojo. Time to send this thing to the sky. Another one wake air with a 180 in the middle of it. That might have been the half cab there coming in. And this is his natural heel side. Nope, there's the half cab. Slightly sketchy, but he ended up getting it under control. Please, Harrison, don't hurt him. He is absolutely ripping. Oh, sacrifice! Ladies and gentlemen, a great way to kick it off. Make that noise for Harrison Glass. That last move, Harrison did it for our enjoyment. A sacrifice two-wake air to just send it. That starting dock has become sparse of athletes. 3 left on the day, 2 in this male division for wake skating. An exhibition from the greatest of all time, Brian Grubb in the pro men's wake skate. And then we are all going to adjourn over here to the pavilion. The amphitheater is going to be the gathering point. The celebration will be for those who've earned national championship recognition here today, day 2 of 5 of these Nautique WWA Wakeboard National Championships presented by GM Marine. My man snacking on something, I think. He's got something up in his grill right now. Is he bringing props? What's he bringing? How does that get applied to what's out here? The dude is having a snack. The dude is snacking at the front end of his national championship pass. Jake Parrish, ladies and gentlemen. I guess there's no better time to carbo load than when in that moment. And we're already seeing some surface 180s, surf style salation coming off of the wake. Another 180. Keeping it moving. Everything he does accruing valuable scoring points that may have him atop that podium. Nice, hang on, heel side air. Good stuff. Now coming in, switch stance, half cab. Oh! His feet come off the deck. But a nice start. Jake Parrish, our second guy in our men's wake skate final. Well, whatever that bite to eat he had, it looks like he either downed it or lost it. Jake Parrish getting ready for salvo pass number 2. All right, look at him. Turning it 90 degrees with a nasty indie grab. Now coming in, switch for a little half cab up over that wake. Going back down. I think this cat's going to let it fly right here. There it is. A hillside air. Going out. Another hillside out to strike that into out. Switching things around, half cab, 180s are coming, 180s, oh, evasive. But that G is spinning back around. He'll get the rest of pass number 2 to make a strong impression before we pass the mic to Bowen Glass, the 4th member of the Glass family, the 2nd in this heat, and the final to go after a national championship in the men's wake skating category. Jake Parrish. Oh, well, that was short-lived. Jake Parrish gets up, but then he got down. And that's going to wrap it up. Jake Parrish, that was inspired riding, my dude. Great to watch. And we'll have to sit back and see where that lands you in your pursuit of a national championship. One cat stands in the way of that happening right now. The 4th member of the Glass family, Bowen Glass, the last athlete in the amateur division to have a rip for a national title. All right, here we go. Bowen Glass, ladies and gentlemen, the final athlete of our 3-member men's wake skate field of the amateur variety. Getting out there right now. It is a family filled with shredders, mom and dad. A tip of the cat. Job well done. Hillside with single wake air, a hop to a scop, and let's see what he's got now. Midway through this first pass, there's a surface 180, and he wants a little half cab one wake air action. He got a half cab one wake air done indeed. Loading up. He's sending it. Huge hillside air. Get up, get up, get up. Darn it all to heck. Inspired riding from Bowen Glass. I am pumped up from what I just watched there from Bowen Glass. Not only is the dude pursuing a national championship, but I'm getting geared up for what's coming next. There's one athlete on the dock. He represents the Pro Wake Skate Division. He represents the state of the wake skate art. Not quite wake skating off of a kicker on the top of a building over in Dubai, leading in to a free fall to canopy deployment. He's got that in his game too, but today, that's a stunt. Today is a job, and you know Grubby's gonna do work. Giggity. All right. Here he comes, Bowen Glass. Here we go. Bowen Glass already making money moves. Toe side, two-wake air, Andy grabbing it. This time, a roast beef grab, grabbing that back rail between his heels. What's this? Oh, a nice half cab air at speed. He's going to send it. Is this the wake-to-wake air? Yes, it is. Bowen Glass securing a championship right before our very eyes. Will it? Oh, my goodness. That's a rough version of flossing right there where that board ended up between his knees. But prior to that, amazing stuff from Bowen Glass, the final rider in the men's amateur division of the wake skating here at the Nautique WWA Wakeboard National Championships presented by GM Marine. And ladies and gentlemen, if you are not within eyeshot of the shoreline, get within eyeshot of the shoreline right now. This next athlete has been a dedicated pioneer in towed water sports in general. But the fact that he was literally at the beginning stages of this sport of wake skating, and not only a pioneer, but still at the progressive edge, could not be more stoked than to get to watch this right now. Brian Grubbs up next here in Boca Raton. Immediately after this, ladies and gentlemen, we are all going to adjourn over to the amphitheater behind the registration tents where you signed in. We're going to go up onto the main stage. We are going to celebrate a whole grip of brand new national champions that were earned right here before our eyes today. Day 2 of 5 of these title hopefuls, these championships being contested in Boca Raton. Stretch it out, Grubby. Stretch it out, Grubby. Man, all those judges in the boat had to jump in and cool off because they know the action ahead's about to be white hot. What a way to culminate the day, way to put a punctuation mark on it. I am truly enthusiastic on what we're going to get to watch right now. Legend. Legend. Brian Grubb, a great junior men's wakeboarder back in the day, dabbled in the pro division, but that was the same time concurrently wake skating was getting underway, and the dude left the bindings behind, and quite frankly, for quite some time, the rest of the wake skate world with his exploits. And here we sit, some decade and a half later, and this cat is still at the forefront. Think Kelly Slater. Think about people who care for their bodies, stay focused, stay driven, and stay hungry. Here we go, the last ride of the day, ladies and gentlemen, before our awards celebration. And it's a joy indeed to be calling the moves of this guy here, one of the all-time greats, pro wake skater, Brian Grubb. So Brian Grubb is one of those guys, quite frankly, that makes it look so simple. It's so frustrating because when you ride the wake skate, you realize it's not that easy. See? Told you so. Brian Grubb right there, going for that hillside 2-wake air. Just maybe 6 inches short of where he wanted to be, hitting the top of that second wake. But don't worry. He's got plenty of territory to be throwing hammers out there today here at Boca Raton. All right, here he goes, BG. And let's see what he's got this time. It's a toe side approach. Oh, I'm just going to do a toe side shove it because I'm kind of my back against the wall. Shows how confident he is in his riding. Oh, a heel side shove it. Oh, but unfortunately, Grubby gets out the back of it. And it looks like he'll get his second pickup. Toe side shove it. Booyah shaka. Heel side. Slightly evasive, but let's hope he brings it back. All right, Grubby is back up. He'll get the left-hand 90-degree turn. He'll go down there to that snug cove, get spun back around, and he's got all of pass number 2 straight ahead. All right, I love what I'm seeing. I see people from the dock area walking towards the pavilion. The amphitheater is going to be the spot in about 7 minutes from right now. It is going to be the award celebration, the distributing of some hardware, and the anointment of several new national champions. Awards coming up next in the amphitheater just behind the registration table, where all of our athletes have checked in today. Help be a part of the moment when some young athletes realize some long-held dreams that have been well worked hard for. Awards next after this final run from the legendary Brian Grubb. A big lean air backhand between his heels on the heel side. Now on the toe side, Indy grabbing it. You can see now Grubb has found his rhythm. Nose grab to wake air. Everything is smooth. Are we going to spin this thing here? Oh, we're just going to release both of our feet, grab Indy, and then reattach. What's this? What is this? A 360 from the Grubber Relic. Brian Grubb slaying pass number 2. Brian Grubb showing you just why. Since day one, he's been one of the pioneers of wake skating. One more time, let him hear you. Brian Grubb wrapping up day number 2. And I want to encourage everybody, make your way over there to the pavilion. The riding is done for day number 2. It's time for the celebration. Awards in the amphitheater right behind the registration tables. They get underway 10 minutes from right now.